understand that for ourselves. And so what happens now is that you're not afraid of the stuff that you used to be afraid of. The stuff that used to get you mad and frustrated, you're not anymore. The stuff that was bad, the misunderstandings and stuff that you went through, it just rolls off your back. I can't explain why, but all I know is one thing, the underlying thing. We got to stop trying to get validation from other people because it doesn't last long. Do you know how long a compliment lasts for in terms of how good it makes you feel scientifically? 3 minutes. That's why we're so hungry and we keep getting more, chasing an elusive thing that never satisfies you. The thing that satisfies us the most is when we stand within ourselves, in our brokenness, no matter who we are, how your hair looks like, how your hair doesn't look like, how much money you have or don't have. Listen, I know so many rich, extremely rich people that have terrible self-confidence. So clearly money is not what's going to make you feel confident. What I'm saying is that we need to talk to ourselves. Because clearly you do. Remember I told you to shout your number really loud and you said nothing, but you still heard yourself? That voice, talk to that person. People call it inner child, self-talk, whatever it is. But compliment that person and your walk will change. The things that you didn't want to do because you were afraid or because you didn't think you were good enough, you will start doing them. And then you won't compare yourselves to Junior or Henry or Henrietta who's doing it already. Because now you realize why she got there or he got there. It was not because of their talent. It was because of their self-talk and self-belief. Thank you so much. Love you guys. You're a 10. Always will be.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to... Yes. Alex, woo! Okay, but I want to... Thank you. I want to recognize the individuals that sang earlier that opened up the program with Lift Every Voice and Sing, Jillian Jackson. Thank you for that. As well as Robin Lanier, who sang the national anthem. So thank both of you. Very nicely done. But let's really show some appreciation to Alex for that wonderful, extreme, come on, I mean, amazing. Thank you, Alex. So we're going to transition. Thank you all for being here once again. We're going to transition to our education panel. Please stay. I know Alex is going to stay as well, so he's not going to leave us, but if the education panel, this can come on up and we'll transition. Again, thank you for being here.
talking about
How you doing,
anxiety
boss?
as we put the microphone, which gives me anxiety in front of me.
Oh, I thought that was your turn. You guys, thank you.
Hey,
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I did. There were Shauna Booton, who's the principal in Payson. It was a gift from
You
her.
based there too?
I am.
You from here originally? Or?
I am. Yeah, I went to this high school here.
No, you did.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. That's crazy, man. You gotta tell me about that. That's so cool.
That was awesome presentation.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Man, I want to take notes out of my notebook. Do you guys have a pen? Any extra pen?
Oh, that's a good idea.
I didn't get a chance to go back and get my notebook. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Well, what happened to the crowd? Okay. Everybody needs to be in here that's in here, right? Alex, thank you so much for inspiring us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
My name is Tina Johnson Harris. I'm a retired principal with ASD, and I serve as the co-chair of the Education Committee. I want to welcome you today to this important discussion on mental health and its vital impact on student success academically, socially, and emotionally. If you don't know, February is Youth Mental Health Awareness Month. And in acknowledgement, we will explore practical solutions and strategies to help young people build confidence and resilience. We are honored to have the incredible Alex Bettye with us, along with a diverse panel of community leaders who will share their insights on managing anxiety, promoting mental well-being, and creating supportive environments for students and families. Before diving into our conversation, I'd like to introduce our additional moderators and our esteemed panelists. Each brings a unique perspective, and I'll invite them to briefly share their name and their role in the community. We'll go ahead and start with, Miss Margot Bellamy was a part of our team as well. She's right up front here. We'll start with Mr. Bettye.
Oh, you know about me already.
Okay.
I want to get these guys.
All right, we have Lisa Moundscraft. Rhiannon Dobbins is a student at Eagle River High School. Paul Dung, Krista Rice, Marcus Wilson, Linda Prince, Jenna Knudsen. Linda, would you like to say a little bit about yourself? We'll just go down the panel.
Hello, okay, good. I wasn't sure if this microphone is on. My name is Linda Prince. I grew up here in Alaska. I grew up in Grayling, Alaska, a small village on the Yukon River. But I have been here in Anchorage this is my 21st year. And when I moved here to Anchorage, I started at Bartlett High School, and I've been there ever since. And I am a social studies teacher, and yeah, I don't know if you want more than that. Okay.
Okay, I'm Krista Rice. I hate microphones, but I'm going to make this happen. I am a school psychologist. I'm also coming from Bartlett High School. I've been in the district for, I think, about 16 years at various schools, elementary, middle, and high school, but currently at Bartlett.
I didn't think you could say Bartlett High School without saying Go Bears.
Go
right?
Bears.
Okay, all right. Just checking.
Go Bears.
Indeed,
Oh,
as always.
Yeah. I'm Jenny Knudsen. I am the Senior Director of Mental Health and Student Supports with the Anchorage School District. I have been in Alaska for 27 years. I worked as a school psychologist, like Krista, in the Chicago area for a year, and then on the Kenai Peninsula for 5 years. And I have been here in the Anchorage School District for 22 years and have 2 children that have gone through our Anchorage School District and are now in college and in successful careers. So thank you for having me.
My name is Marcus Wilson. Get it closer to me. My name is Marcus Wilson. I am currently middle school principal right down the street at Windler Middle School. Also just shared with Alex, graduated from this beautiful building here, Bettye Davis, East Anchorage High School in '90. I'm also just a product of the Anchorage School District, and definitely a 100% advocate of the mental health, prioritizing the mental health needs of our students.
Thank you all. Our first question will come from Lisa for Alex Boyer.
And I am Lisa Mounscraft, and I also co-chair the Education Committee. I'm very happy to be here this morning with everyone. And so our first question for Alex is, Alex, in your book, I Am a 10, you emphasize the power of self-worth and resilience. How can students struggling with anxiety use the principles in your book to build confidence and navigate challenges in school and daily life?
I think to me it really starts, as I talked a lot about that, is finding validation somewhere else, not out there. And that's one of the hardest and easiest things to do once we get a hold of knowing who we are. And that, I talked about it, is that conversation. We need to have a conversation with ourselves so much more, and even fighting our inner talk to tell us how all the things that we're not doing. We always focus on what we don't have and what we're not doing. And so if we focus on just one little part of us, if even maybe someone said a compliment or something that at least I know that I like about myself, and like homework, just write it down and say it over and over and over again. That's been something that's really helped me. That's not the answer to everything, but that's really, really helped me. Because I found that the things that I'm brave enough to accomplish is because I felt I deserved it. Not in a selfish way, but in a way that most of the time we look at everybody else, and there's that thing, what's it called? Comparison is the thief of all joy. When you compare yourself to other people, it steals your joy. When you compliment other people, it brings the joy back to you.
All right, our second question for you, sir, is how can music, storytelling, and other creative expressions, such as visual arts, theater, and dance, support students' mental wellness? And in what ways can engaging in the arts help students manage anxiety, build resilience, and develop a stronger sense of self-worth?
I have this word that I use a lot. It's called entertainment. So you have entertainment and you have entertainment, where you're literally entertaining yourself, entertainment. And I really feel that music is so powerful that it can do that. You know, music can change. You can go from happy to sad just by one song. And sometimes, you hear that story, like the kids, when they're down, they listen to all this depressing music, you know what I mean? And then you listen to it, like, why are you listening to that? It's because that's what they associate with. That's how they feel right now. And so I have, I've been doing a lot of music therapy, at least learning about that. Learning how hospitals now, they will have music therapists that will go to literally to the patients, especially if those terminal illness, especially to kids, and they will change their whole mood just by asking them their favorite songs and the lyrics and all that kind of stuff, the ones that they found that actually had really great lyrics, and they will have them sing it. And it will change their mood. So I feel that music is a powerful, powerful tool in aiding your mental health and just making you feel how you want to feel.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Now we'd like to open questions to all of our panelists. Would anybody like to share their insights on how anxiety and mental health challenges can impact a student's ability to focus, learn, and succeed in school?
I can start. So I'm in the classroom, and I've been in the classroom, like I said, for more than 20 years. Here at Bartlett for 21. But I also taught when I lived in Frankfurt, Germany for a while. I lived in Japan for 3 years, and I had students then too. And what I see, how anxiety impacts them, the big thing that I've noticed is right now that I'm kind of struggling with is some students who don't come to school at all because they feel such anxiety. And when Lisa Mounscraft here invited me on this panel, I was like, I don't know if I'm the person for this panel, Lisa. I'm only an expert on myself. I'm not an expert on anxiety, but she's very encouraging, lovely person, and she goes, no, you're exactly the person I want up here. And as I thought about it for a while, I've had literally thousands of students come through my classroom. And like Alex just mentioned, it's easy to focus on the negative. And so my first thought was, I have students who aren't coming to school right now. If I were an expert on anxiety, I would be getting them to school somehow. But yesterday I have a student teacher right now, and he's in my classroom with me, and he's observing me and all the time, and we give each other feedback as to how we're teaching. And I asked him, I was like, what do you think are some things that we do about how I address anxiety? And after this talk that we had, in comes a student who every day that they're at school comes to me and tells me what they're anxious about, constantly. And this constant doubt and fear and what if. And I asked him, I was like, I don't even have them as a student anymore. They were in my classroom last year. And I said, what is it, why are you coming to school now? Now, what helped you, and why do you come to me because I'm going to be on this panel, what has helped you to come to school and overcome your anxiety? And they said, well, you're really warm and welcoming, and you make me feel heard. You've asked me questions. Students, the teachers who check in with me, they're the ones that make me feel welcome and that I'm valued. And that's what's really important, because back to your question is like, what do I see, how do I see anxiety impacting learning? At the very extreme, I see students who are not showing up at all, or maybe once a month, and they're not accessing the curriculum, they're not accessing anything. And I've talked to the parent going like, what is going on? And she's like, she just is so anxious, and she feels so afraid. So that is the extreme level of anxiety that I see. The other is just being anxious about a presentation. But we all have a little nerves. I have a little nerves right now talking to you. And this morning as I was on my way here, I was like, ooh, I'm going to be on this panel. And I talked to my friend, and he's like, you're great. And
Amen.
to Alex's point, when you hear those compliments from someone, you're like, okay, thank you. And he's like, you're smart. You know what you're talking about. You'll be fine. I'm like, okay, I can do this. I got this. That's at the spectrum of anxiety, of how it affects people, just being nervous in class and not wanting to speak up, so then they're quiet, and maybe their voices are not heard. And that's where I think it's really important just to be welcoming and show them that their voice is so valuable, that this is why, actually I'm going on a tangent here. I'm going to let someone else speak for a moment.
No, I would agree with a lot of that. And when we do have students in class, a lot of times when they are feeling a lot of anxiety, they end up in my room, which is great. They have a chance to be heard, but also are missing out on things too. I think it really depends on what you're looking for, as just really the people who know these students, their children, what's changed. You're noticing something's different from their norm. Because, I could say, oh, people fidgeting with their fingers is a sign of anxiety. Well, some people might just also have a lot of energy in their body too. So it's really just recognizing that kind of departure from what's normal for them, what you normally would see. And then just kind of seeing peers notice that a lot. Peers will come up to you and talk to you about I'm noticing a change, or they're saying these things, or I'm just noticing a change in their behavior. Maybe they're clinging to something and withdrawing from something else, but those are often signs we see.
Thank you, guys. So what do you think are the biggest barriers that prevent students from seeking help for anxiety, and how can schools and families work together to create a supportive, stigma-free environment? Additionally, what roles does social media play in student anxiety, and how can young people develop a healthier balance?
It's a lot of questions.
I'll chime into that one. Yeah, it's a loaded question there, but I have to, when I think about this question, I have to just think about when I first started at Windler Middle School, and just going back as a principal into a school at that point, because I was a director coming back working in a school. And one of my goals going back was to have some mental health services within our school that could meet the needs of our kids, being involved in different panels and just interacting with people and just hearing some of the concerns, there's a serious barrier or a barrier of access for our parents and our students accessing mental health needs in our community, and I'm sure it just extends to several communities. So one of those, that I wanted to break down was, breaking down that barrier of access. But then you have that barrier too of those stigmas, the stigma of, you're weak if you are experiencing mental health needs, just that cultural piece too. Some cultures feel that mental health is a sign of something demonic or something like that. So there's all those different stigmas that exist out in the community, but also too, when you think about mental health, there's several levels of mental health. Sometimes outside of the school, or sometimes just even outside of the profession of mental health, we always go to the deepest, darkest end of somebody who's going through something that needs, a high level of intervention for mental health and possibly sometimes being medicated, but that's not it. That is just only one little portion of it. When we talk about physical health and all the different levels of physical health, we have to look at that too for our mental health as well. So just kind of breaking some of these stigmas down, prioritizing some of the needs, because just as much as we prioritize us being physically healthy, we have to also prioritize our mental health needs as well. So it's really important breaking down those stigmas. Something I wanted to share, just, bringing a mental health clinician into our school. I kind of maybe had a stigma that was built up that this needed to be some secret place that I had this person working with kids in our building. Shame on me, because this person is seen just like any other counselor in our school. This person works with our students, the window's open, and part of that is normalizing it, talking to our community, talking to our parents, expressing the need that this is something that we should all be prioritizing mental health needs for our students, because this is what we see. This is what we're experiencing. And it looks far different from when I was in school to what our kids now are facing. So,
Marcus, I loved it, how you said that, because I don't know if you noticed in my presentation how many times I said my therapist told me. I think that, when people, especially people in leadership positions, I think we need to set by example and just own that for ourselves first. And I remember, because I do this and I make sure I do it, this is actually part of if I don't say that, I feel my presentation's not complete. And the reason why is I had an experience after I'd finished the presentation, and these 5 kids came up and like, "You have a therapist?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." And guess what? Oh my God, I got 8 kids, and my 5 oldest, they all have therapists. They're like, "No way." And there's something switched in their minds where they saw somebody that I guess they could looked up to, or someone that they, they could relate to. And when they saw that, they went home and that changed it for them. And so I'm thinking something like people in leadership positions, if we promote that and make it normal, like what you said, like I make it normal that I say, "Oh, my therapist said," I say, and sometimes I'll just like deliberately interject it, but make it look real natural. And I think that's a good way maybe that we can, help to break that stigma, because we've got to do it. We say something's got to, well, if we start, then I guess that's a good start, right?
I'd like to speak to the social media piece, because I think that is a big issue right now, but it's both two-sided, because social media really is a way that people connect with each other too, and it's a way of self-expression. So to go to the extreme and saying, no social media, we can't do it, this is part of our world. But we do know that you can develop unhealthy habits through social media. So self-image, cyberbullying, just the feeds that you have on your social media can all contribute to that impact on how you feel about yourself, increasing sense of anxiety when you're with friends. So it's a piece that we really need to pay attention to, but not to go to the extreme on. I've had lots of conversations about this with my kids, and then they're like, oh, Mom, not again about the social media, but I've learned a lot from them about the benefits of it. So really coming through and thinking about how we can do this in a healthy way. So are there times when you can put your phone away and not have screen time? And so like dinner time and stuff at our family, everyone's phones are gone. And the adults and the parents, we have to look at our own behaviors around social media and how we use our phones, because we're modeling that for our kids. And sometimes you can see a nice correlation between students' behavior and their parents' behavior with it. So they're always watching us and being that example like you talked about. Helping kids learn digital literacy, what's fact versus fiction, helping them think about how they set up their social media so they're maybe getting more positive feeds, and really controlling that messaging a little bit. But then also using it because we can pick up on things and reporting bullying. You know, in the Anchorage School District, we have Stop It, which is an anonymous bullying or reporting system where you can report bullying and other things. And so we've had a lot of kids through social media report things that were preventable. We were able to prevent things. So really having those conversations and those open conversations with our students and building that digital literacy, I think is going to be really important, as opposed to cold turkey, we don't use this.
I had a friend that had his church group. They'd get the youth to do what's called a media fast. And so that way it was one thing where they all got excited because they all did it together. So they'd say, and it just depends, they'd like, we're going to do a 3-day fast of just media. And I remember there was a church group that, and one of the guys, he started to do it, he was a superintendent, and he introduced it to his school. Wow. And so they did this thing where it was just like a media fast, and it was 3 days, but he says after that, he asked them to all write down how they felt after the media fast. And it was mind-blowing. Some of the responses, they made it anonymous, and they'll say, I felt less anxiety for those 3 days. Or I felt like I could get out and I was doing more. I made friends more. I actually went out of my house and I went for a walk. Or, you know what I mean? I enjoyed nature more. And it was so powerful, and I love that because it was like, it was that balance where you're not trying to force them, but they did it. And then when they saw the effects of it, now as a school, they do it every month.
That's wonderful.
You know?
Yeah, personal connections and having those conversations.
When you,
And if you're doing it together, you're not getting
That's the
left
one.
out, and that fear of being left out.
Yes.
So,
Can I add one more thing before we move on? So I keep thinking back to the student, and I talked to her mom about trying to get the student to school, right, because of her anxiety. And I think and already, I think Marcus might have touched on it a little bit, was the stigma that's there. And part of it too, though, is just not knowing. I find parents feeling pretty helpless a lot, like not, and I felt like that too because I don't have anxiety, so I don't know what it's like. And it's only through the experiences of 2 very good friends of mine who are very anxious, that I ask them, I'm always trying to figure out how can I be a better teacher, how can I be more helpful, particularly to the students who are struggling. And so, and I think part of it, there's a couple things. One is parents, especially at a Title I school, I have a lot of parents who are working 2 jobs, and they don't have the time, literally don't have the time to check in with their own children. And that's really hard for parents. I find parents really asking, like, what should I do? They ask me what they should do, what resources there are. And this is where I do think leadership, like Mr. Wilson, what we have at schools, what we can offer would help a lot. And as far as, can you raise your hand if you are a parent of school-aged children out there? Anyone? I think one big thing to do also is modeling, that's already been mentioned here, is modeling just how you as a parent are dealing with difficult things and talking to your children about it and saying, I'm struggling too and this is how I handle it. That can be really, really helpful because kids, I have 3 young children, and I know from once I had a child, my first son, I recognized it changed my teaching. I became a much more sympathetic teacher because I realized that kids must be taught everything, all things, right? They learn it from you, they learn it from us who interact with them at school, and even just down to little manners. I think I used to have higher expectations, like, you should know that by now. No, if they haven't been taught it, they don't know it by now. They don't just, and so we have to be explicit sometimes, and I try to do it with my own kids a lot. Like, if I'm struggling, like I said, if I'm struggling with something, I talk them through it, and they see me reach out to my friends, reach out to my husband. Like, for me, it's what's so important is having connections with people that you can trust and who make you feel loved and valued, and we have to model that for our children, to do that we don't have to struggle alone, that we can really definitely lean on each other, reach out to people. And if you don't have within your circle, then look for someone. Ask around. People like to keep things to themselves, but you can just ask them, hey, do you ever feel like this? And if they say yeah, then how do you overcome it? How do you deal with it? I found that to be really helpful.
All right. Educators and school personnel play a significant role in supporting students. Let's hear from our school representatives the best way to create a supportive academic environment. The first question is for Ms. Rice. What is the most effective way that school counselors and school psychologists can identify, support students struggling with anxiety, and how can they collaborate with teachers and families to ensure those students receive the help they need?
Awesome, thank you. So there's a lot. I think a lot of it really does build on that culture and that component where we can talk about it. We've had conversations about how we feel a range of emotions, and it's not always going to be happy. And so starting out with that, kind of at that building level, and just as a district, I've really found that the building and maintaining of relationships within the school, whether it is with the librarian or it is with your BPO, I found that there are more BPOs, or daytime custodians and workers, that are the connections to a lot of our students. So it's not always the teacher, it's not always the counselor, and just recognizing that there's different support systems, and that they're recognizing and noticing changes for students. And then also the peer support. I think what's one of the great things about, we have a mental health clinician at Bartlett, and kids are walking out, they're all like, that's my therapist right there. And so the stigma just seems to be really going down. But that's helpful because we have a lot of students that are also bringing hey, this has been really helpful for me. Can I bring my friend, or what can I tell my friend? And so having that peer support too. Another way we can kind of look at, and I think we're moving towards, is that school-wide screening, understanding and looking at it as a system, because a lot of kids might get missed. They're the kids that maybe are missing some school, but aren't really standing out and kind of purposely shirking back in the class. Supporting, I think, being proactive in what we're doing and making the available information, really making sure that we're available resources to connect when there is more of a concern, to make sure we are able to help facilitate those connections for people who don't have the knowledge base or are short on time. And then again, I just feel like with the collaboration, having kids and also just staff working and families working, known, and be seen, you're seen, you're heard. It matters. What can we do to be there in community together? Because it's not an individual mission that you're working on. It's really something that we're doing in collaboration.
Awesome, thank you. All right, our next question is going to be for Ms. Jenny. Ms. Knudsen, how do the Anchorage School District School Board goals on mental health and student support influence school policies and programs? And what steps are being taken to ensure students have access to the resources they need for their well-being and academic success?
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go from the dance floor way up to the balcony for this question, because this is about systems in a district to support mental health. I'm very proud of our school board for having a guardrail that our superintendent will not operate elementary schools without mental health services. Wow. And we started with elementary schools because probably about a third of our elementary schools don't even have a half-time counselor in them. And we are down to, next year we'll be down to only 5, but 5 still too many to not have some mental health services in a school. So we are focusing on that as a district, and that is really exciting, but it also extends out the conversation to pre-K through 12 plus, like all of our schools. We're not just focused on elementary, we're looking at those services across the district. So talking about mental health clinicians in schools, we've partnered and we now have 19 mental health clinicians across different schools. We partner with VOA Alaska, Providence Behavioral Health, and Alaska Behavioral Health, and that has been an incredible addition because we don't have enough professionals. So they work collaboratively with our counselors, our school psychologists, and our teachers. And to Marcus's point, it is not a co-located model. So it isn't about having a clinician in a school that's in an office and you can go see. They are integrated into the school. They help provide professional development alongside our counselors and psychologists. They are out greeting kids, talking about belonging. That's the number one thing we can do, and it doesn't cost money, is by building connections with students, greeting them, kind of taking the temperatures. They're coming in the room by saying hi and seeing their body language and stuff like that. They're out there doing all that. They partner with our psychologists to run small groups on social skills, maybe grief groups if something has happened in students' lives. So that's part of what we're trying to build. Another piece is that we formed the Mental Health and Student Support Department. So we reorganized to meet the needs of kids, because prior to that we had kind of fragmented services. Psychology services were kind of through special ed, we had counseling in different departments, we had, it just was all over the place, and we could feel it in the schools. There wasn't a coordinated effort around mental health. And so by doing that, we're really coordinating services between our counselors, our psychologists, our school nurses, our integrated mental health clinicians, but then also looking at our school systems. So positive behavior interventions and supports, looking at what do all students need for mental health, because we're not talking, there's a difference between mental health and mental illness. Mental health is for all. It's our social, emotional, and behavioral well-being. And so what do we do to ensure that for all kids? How do we address the needs of some through some group interventions? And then for a few students, we're going to really need to look at individualized supports, figure out how to provide wraparound supports with our families and our communities. And so really building those systems in our schools. And we have a lot of work to do to get there, but we're working in the right direction. And I really believe that board guardrail helped us focus on in moving in that direction.
Thank you for that. Believe it or not, we are out of time. We had several more questions for you, but I want to thank you all for being a part of this important conversation. Let's give them a round of applause. And I'd like to give a special thank you, of course, to Alex and our panelists, so Mr. Wilson, Ms. Knutson, Ms. Rice, and Ms. Prince for sharing their insights. On behalf of my co-moderators, Tina, Rhiannon, and Paul, we had youth moderators up here. Let's give them a round of applause. And of course, our beautiful colleague, Miss Margot Bellamy, she's over there in our cheering section. We love her so much, but we hope that you found this conversation useful and that we're here to support you as family, parents, and students. And if you have any questions, we'll be milling around. We hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And thank you again.
be advocates for critical issues such as health, equity, access, resources, and community support. According to our leader, Mrs. Celeste Hodge Groudon, Alaska Black Caucus CEO and president, her response to some of the Facebook critics consisted of, our collective voice is strongest when we unite, and realizing that our participation during today's critical times, turbulent times, times of asking questions and times of reflecting on questions and still not knowing what the answers may be. But this summit today is about you and I coming together, sharing our perspectives, and ensuring that our issues are heard and addressed by our two senators. So I'll go ahead, Pastor Parker.
Good afternoon. I am Andre Parker, Senior Pastor at Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church, serve on various community organizations, Executive Secretary of IMA, Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance, as well as the Martin Luther King Jr. Foundation of Alaska and the State President of Alaska Baptist Churches Convention. I will introduce Senator Dan Sullivan, who will be sharing with us along with Senator Tim Scott. Senator Sullivan was sworn in as Alaska's 8th U.S. Senator on January 6, 2015. Senator Sullivan serves as a 4th Senate Committees vital to Alaska Armed Services, Environment and Public Works Committee, Veterans Affairs and Commerce, Science and Transportation. He introduced the LINK Act, which was endorsed by the Congressional Black Caucus to address social determinants of health by connecting social service providers and healthcare workers. He served for 30 years in the United States Marine Corps, retiring this year, actually, on February 1, 2024, as a colonel in the Marine Corps Reserve. And he is married to Julie of almost 31 years, and they have 3 daughters.
And our Senator Tim Scott grew up in North Charleston, South Carolina. He and his brother was raised by a single mother who worked long hours to meet their needs. And after almost failing his freshman year of high school, Senator Scott drew on his family's determination and lessons learned from his mentor to change the trajectory of his life. Driven by his mission to positively act and affect the lives of 1 billion people, Senator Scott embarked on a life of public service and served in the Charleston County Council, the South Carolina House of Representatives, the United States House of Representatives, and now the United States Senate. So we have with us at this time Senator Dan Sullivan, and we'll go ahead with our first question, Senator Sullivan, and perhaps Senator Scott will join us immediately or as soon as possible. So at this particular time, Senator Sullivan, would you please answer the question pertaining to how do you plan to ensure that the voices and concerns of Black and other marginalized groups are represented in your policies and your initiatives?
Well, thank you, everybody. Can you guys all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, first, let me just begin by saying I'm honored to be here. And sorry, Celeste and Reverend Parker, Reverend Wilson Cohn, sorry we couldn't make it in person. In part, the answer to your first question is if I'm not there, my team is there. Hopefully, you're seeing Adam Trombley, who is my state director, who is there with all of you. Now, if you're not seeing Adam, he's kind of hard to miss. He's about 6'10", so he's a big guy, and he's there, and I'm honored to have him there as well. And so first, thank you for doing this. Celeste, thank you. You've been such a great advocate in so many ways. And like Reverend Parker, I consider you a good friend of mine as well. So Really appreciate that. And by the way, in a few minutes, I'm going to have sitting next to me another good friend of mine, Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina. He is part of our Republican Senate leadership. We're actually down at a retreat conference right now with most of our Senate colleagues, but Tim Scott is a leader in so many ways, and I'm really honored that he's going to be able to say a few words. He and I got to know each other when I first got to the Senate in a rather tragic circumstances. Some of you might remember the horrible racist shooting at the South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina church, the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church, Mother Emanuel, one of the most famous churches in our country. And he lost a good friend, and he invited his Senate colleagues to come to the funeral and the service. You might remember President Obama led that, and I went down to South Carolina then, and some of you might remember I asked the many pastors from our different communities, African American churches and others, to send letters that I brought with me for the community in Charleston that was really, really, really grieving. And a lot of you did that, and I delivered those letters to Senator Scott. That was 10 years ago, actually, and we've been good friends since, and so I'm really honored he's going to be here in a minute. But let me go to your question, Reverend. I think the key issue is voices being heard, is making sure we're participating in events like this, making sure that we are listening to all Alaskans, all voices. I certainly view myself as representing everyone. This summit is a way to hear from all of you, and so again, I'm apologizing that I am not there full time, but that Adam is there. And importantly, one of the things that I've tried to do in my position as your senator is to bring not just me. I mean, I try to get home most weekends. I was actually with Celeste just about three weeks ago at the tour in the Alaska Black Caucus new building. We had some great ideas there. That building looks incredible. But to also bring up other federal officials. That's something I've tried to do regardless of who's in the White House, whether it's President Obama, President Trump, President Biden, now President Trump again. We're going through our confirmation period where I interview the nominees for different cabinet positions, deputy secretary, secretary, undersecretary, assistant secretary, doesn't matter, that advice and consent role. And I do that I take that very seriously. I meet with hundreds and hundreds of these Senate confirmed nominees. And the number one thing I ask them is, you got to commit to me to come up to Alaska and see our communities, see our challenges, meet my constituents. And that gives people at the federal government level a real flavor and sense of what we in Alaska need. You know, every state's unique, but I would say we are probably one of the most unique. And so that is an important way that I try to do that. And this summit is a great example of that. Having my friend Tim Scott next to me, which I think he will be soon. He was running late. There was a traffic jam. I won't bore you with the details. But having someone like that participate in a summit like this, my view, one of the top African-American leaders in America, maybe the top African-American leader in America, certainly on the Republican side, and hearing the concerns of Alaskans. That's how we do it, and that's an important part of my job.
Thank you, Senator, for that question and answer. Second question is, given the recent attempts to pause federal funding streams that many communities, especially BIPOC populations, depend on for essential services, what specific steps will you take to ensure that these critical programs are preserved and adequately funded to support the needs of communities?
So, Reverend Parker, thanks for that question. Look, a couple things I'll just mention. You know, to me, it's not surprising that when a new administration comes into office, you have essentially a new team. Sometimes they have same priorities, sometimes they have different priorities. Some of you might remember 4 years ago when the Biden administration came in, they undertook a policy halt on all drilling permits on the North Slope. That was at the end of January. We had thousands of men and women on the North Slope drilling for oil and gas, doing exploration work, and they froze all of those. So you had, you know, it was well over 1,000 North Slope workers who were saying, I'm not allowed to work. We have rigs up here that, you know, cost $400,000 a day to rent. All of that has stopped. That was what that administration had done. I was on the phone working it, saying, hey, do you guys really want to have as one of your first actions shutting down thousands of jobs in my state, hardworking Americans who are producing energy that our country needs? So one of the things that I've tried to do in this regard, and again, I'm not trying to be political here, but some of you know that the Biden administration had issued 70 that was the first one, but over the course of 4 years, 70 executive orders in executive action singularly focused on Alaska, almost all of which hurt working families, jobs, everybody, minority communities, African Americans, native, non-native, white. So you may have seen, and I was proud of this because I worked with the Trump administration coming in. President Trump, on his first day in office, issued an executive order focused on unleashing Alaska's tremendous resource potential. That is going to help everybody. That is going to help every community in our state because it's going to help create jobs. And one of the most important things we can be doing, any kind of social program that we have, I'm going to talk about those in a minute, but I always think the best social program you can have with regard to the government is a good job. And Senator Scott's showing up here real quick, so I'll let him sit next to me. But more specifically, Reverend Parker, I did get the opportunity, when that happened on the freeze, you know, I've been a very strong advocate for safety net programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, Pell Grants, Head Starts, Veterans Benefits, rental assistance. Some of you might recall when that freeze was initially announced, it sounded like it impacted all of those. A lot of us, I know Senator Scott did as well, called the White House and said, hey, what's the story here? We got them to make sure those kind of programs were not affected. So the original reporting on that covered those things, but it didn't. So part of our job, as I mentioned, was to make sure that those kind of things aren't happening. But to me, and I think this really helps everybody, and by the way, my good friend Tim Scott, who I'm now sitting next to, has been a leader on this, is jobs and the opportunities that we have in Alaska that I think the new administration is going to be focused on. The best social program that we have in our state or anywhere around the country is a good paying job, and that's going to positively impact every single community. So that's what I'm focused on. But if I can, Reverend Parker, if you don't mind, and Celeste, I just want to quickly introduce my good friend Tim Scott here and maybe let him open with a few words, and then we'll take more questions. So yeah, thank you, Tim, and I really appreciate him busy here. Like I said, we're at this retreat, and he's one of our Senate Republican leaders, elected leader, and I'm honored that he could say a few words to Alaskans' wonderful African-American community.
Well, thank you, Dan, for having me here today, number one. Number two, let me thank all of you on the other side of the Zoom, so to speak, for sending Dan Sullivan to the United States Senate. Here's a man who has passion and compassion. He served our country, as you all know, as a Marine. He continues to serve our country as a United States Senator, but more importantly, during the Mother Emanuel church shooting back almost 10 years ago now, one of the few people that I called on to be there with me to support and to pray for me was Dan Sullivan. And I got to tell you that the letters that you all sent, that Dan helped deliver, the prayers that went up, I'm a big believer in James 5:16, the prayers of the righteous avail much. Just the outpouring of love and affection and attention helped my soul. So thank you all for helping me through one of the most difficult times in my entire life. My good friend and pastor Clemente Pinckney was massacred as a part of the Mother Emanuel church killing. My uncle spent 50 years at that church. I attended it many times, and so thank you all for that. I'll just say this, and happy to answer some questions. One of the missions I have as a public servant and have had since I've been in the Senate and the House 2010, I created what I call the Opportunity Agenda. It focuses on people like myself, people who grow up in poverty, who grow up in a single-parent household, who grow up where it seems like opportunities are more elusive, harder to find, harder to hold on to, and for, frankly, 200 years of America's history, African Americans, indigenous people have been intentionally carved out of the opportunity called free market and capitalism. It's hard to catch up in 47 years of some access, 20 years of pretty good access. It's hard to catch up 240 years later. Good news is, with people like Dan Sullivan, myself, working together, working on strategies to address the issues of the underrepresented and frankly, those who have been discriminated persistently in American history. How do we do that? We do that, as Dan has said several times, we do that by focusing on jobs, but we also do that by focusing on the skill set necessary to get that job. As an example, our K through 12 education system needs to be repaired for poor kids from Alaska to Hawaii to the lower 48. We need to make sure that all of our kids have quality education so they can compete in the job market. Number two, we have been champions of, frankly, apprenticeship programs. If you don't get a good education, and it's too late because you're now 25 or 30 years old, not too late, but that's old for high school. What do? Well, you need to have an apprenticeship program where employers are encouraged to participate through tax credits to give people a second chance. Number three, I believe in expanding the use of Pell Grants so that we are able to have training programs, whether it's for welders or plumbers or electricians, or frankly, if you're a hairstylist, why would you have dozens and dozens of regulations that makes it nearly impossible for you to start taking care of someone's hair? We are going to make those jobs easier, more acceptable, and the Pell Grant will be applicable for those folks. So that, combined with education, combined with apprenticeship programs in the workforce, is one of the ways that we help the least of these. According to Matthew 25, the Lord tells me that there are subgroups of individuals who need more attention. The widows today include widows, single mothers, the incarcerated. We worked on criminal justice reform, and we were able to get that accomplished. In addition to that...
Thank you, Senator Scott. Hate to interrupt you. You're making some very interesting statements, but we do have a question along that same line that we would love for you to place some energy on the health care access. Hundreds and thousands of Alaskans here today rely on Medicaid for our health care and elder care. Veterans rely on Medicaid to fill in where the VA falls short. Rural Alaskans count on Medicaid to keep hospital and clinic doors open. Nearly 80 cents out of every dollar spent on Medicaid comes from the federal government, and now we hear that Congress and the administration are looking at huge cuts to Medicaid funding. These cuts would be absolutely devastating to our health and the Alaska state economy. So will you stand with Alaska to protect Medicaid from these cuts? Senator Scott, could you address that? And then Senator Sullivan. And keep your questions to your responses to the point, please. We are on a time constraint. We do respect your time. We do respect, gentlemen, your time and your sharing with us today. But this health care access and Medicaid and cuts for the state of Alaska, indigenous people, African Americans, men, women, and human beings really is impacting our lives. Could you address that issue, please? Thank you.
Happy to. The short answer is yes. We have not seen Medicaid cuts where the actual dollar funding goes down. Every year it's gone up. The question is there a more effective way to do it? The answer is absolutely, positively, unequivocally yes. How do you do that? Well, number one, you do that by making sure that the resources being provided are being used effectively. Number two, you eliminate the waste, fraud, and abuse. And number three, you help people become independent, and that's one of the things that we've done. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure that you can point back, Reverend, to any year where funding has gone down and not up.
And Reverend, let me just take another crack on some of the more specific things we're doing to your question. You know, one thing I'm very proud of, by the way, Senator Scott has a long history in his family, is Alaska has more veterans per capita than any state in the country. And we are trying to make sure that the VA, we just confirmed a new secretary. I just met with the deputy secretary, who's going to be confirmed soon, of the VA, that we have access for all our veterans because we have unique challenges, but it's a giant part of our population. By the way, it's a giant part of our population in the indigenous community and in the African American community in Alaska, because so many of them are veterans. Reverend Parker is one, just standing right there. So we got to do a lot more work with the VA. I will tell you on Medicaid, you might remember this, it's a kind of a technical issue. You talk about federal programs. In 2017, when we didn't pass the healthcare reforms, one of the things that I was able to get in there was a fairer approach, what's called the FMAP, what the state of Alaska gets from the feds under Medicaid. I think we get really undersold on that. I convinced all my Republican colleagues that that needed to be reformed for Alaska, which would have brought a lot more federal dollars for Medicaid to our state, because we have such high costs of living in Alaska. So I am going to make a reattack on that, which hopefully we're going to be able to get done. That would be a giant, giant benefit to the state of Alaska as it relates to Medicaid. But, and then you had mentioned earlier my LINK Act, which integrates social services and healthcare, particularly for individual needs, so people can be addressed in a holistic way, their challenges. We're going to continue to work on that one too, which I think really, really benefits everybody in Alaska, but our African American community and indigenous community particularly benefit from the LINK Act.
Thank you, Senators, and welcome, Senator Scott. We have one more question, and we are on a tight schedule, and I know we all can talk long, but I have one other question. I'm going to ask you, if you, to the best of your ability, if you can really synchronize your answer, and then if you may, in that, give us a closing remarks as well. The question is, what is your stance on the recent moves to revoke or limit DEI programs in state and federal agencies? And how do you believe these changes will impact the representation and support of underrepresented communities, including Black Alaskans?
I'll start off by saying I think DEI is a political movement that is, I'm thankful that it's no longer with us and it's going to continue to go down. I think anyone that confuses DEI and diversity hadn't thought about it very long. We ought to spend more time making sure that we have diverse representation based on competence and qualities, and not with the political movement DEI is about power, not about the actual people that are impacted. What DEI did in corporate America was allow for virtue signaling. So if you go back and take a look at the statistical information available, you'll find that DEI did not increase the number of jobs held by people of color. What it did was it made people feel better because you had the conversation out there. At the end of the day, yes, diversity is actually the strength and the backbone of America, and we're going to continue to see the diversity that we need to see throughout it. We're going to do that by having A, quality education, B, apprenticeship programs, C, focus on those underrepresented areas, and D, making sure that we can measure the results. I will simply say this, and I know I'm a guest here, and you guys, I'm sure, are kind and gracious, but you also are very direct, so I will be as well. If you don't trust people, it's very hard to make progress. And frankly, at the end of the day, for us to develop areas and opportunities for us to trust each other more, I say measure the available information and the success of DEI or the failure of it versus the actual impact and the success of having diversity as a focus without it being a political movement.
So, you know, you guys mentioned that we're both senators, so we can be very verbose. So I'll try to, you know, we learn how to filibuster here, right? But we're not filibustering. These are, I would just say, one area where I saw DEI initiatives that I thought weren't helpful at all was in our military. You know, like Senator Scott, I've strongly and very vociferously denounced racism, sexism, bigotry, but when you injected critical race and other things like that into the military, I think, and I saw this personally, having just retired last year, I think it led to not unity, which is what you want in the military, but kind of tension. So, but do we still need to focus on programs that help minority communities, particularly as Senator Scott mentioned in his opening remarks, like education and job training, 110%. And that's what we're committed to. That's what his opportunity zones legislation, which has been very successful in many states, has focused on, to use the power of the private sector to bring investments to disadvantaged communities. Senator Scott's been the leader in the country on that. It has lifted tens of thousands, if not millions of people out of poverty, and being a strong supporter of other programs like the 8A program that lift minority groups and veterans and women-owned businesses to give them more opportunity. That's not DEI. That's trying to make equality. And I think that's where we're focused. And the education component, in my view, is the most important. And again, working with Senator Scott, my good friend here, that's where we're very focused on making progress. And that's where I'm going to continue my focus as your senator.
I know you guys are running out of time, but I certainly hope we'll have an opportunity to come back and spend more time with y'all. I look forward to visiting you all when I'm in Alaska in person as well. And if you guys will permit me to come back by Zoom or whatever, you let me know. I'd be happy to come back and talk about some of the really important issues facing the great state of Alaska, and specifically the BIPOC.
Thank you, and thanks everybody. We really appreciate the opportunity to say, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, thank you, Senator Sullivan, thank you, Senator Scott, and we appreciate your time and presence with us here in Alaska today. But we really would like to know, you know, this is February, African American History Month, founded by the late Dr. Carter G. Woodson, for the empowerment, for the enlightenment of all of God's people. Because African Americans, as you know, we've been a pivotal light in this country, in this world. So what's the harm in celebrating African American History Month?
Well, on February the 18th, when I'm having my Black History Month at the United States Senate, I hope that you guys have an opportunity to fly in for it. We are going to have a remarkable program that's going to focus on Black history. Frankly, I've had one every year for the last 10 years, and I would welcome your attendance. We're going to talk about the most important component of our future success, A, prayer and faith, and then B, the springboard of prayer and faith leads to economic opportunity. And so we're going to have a couple of special guest speakers there, but it'll be on somewhere in the the Hart Building, love for you guys to come out. So I think that we should continue to do what we have done, and I'm thankful that President Trump has already indicated that he's going to continue to celebrate Black History Month.
And I'll be there celebrating with Senator Scott. So we would agree with you on that very much, Reverend.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much. Continue to be a voice and an advocate for Martin Luther King Day, African American History Month, Asian American History Month, Women's History Month, LGBTQ plus month. Be an advocate for Indigenous People Month. We live here on the land of Denali, and this is a land that was founded by Alaska Natives. A closing blessing, a Franciscan blessing. May God bless us all with discomfort at easy answers, half-truths, and superficial relationships. May God bless us with anger at injustice, oppression, and exploitation of people so that they may work for justice, freedom, and peace. May God bless us with tears to shed for those who suffer from pain, rejection, starvation, wars, and that we may reach out our hands to comfort those who are in pain, to give them joy. And senators and those that are in the audience today, may God bless us all with enough foolishness to believe that we can make a difference, not only in Alaska, not only with our senators, not only with our president and our leaders, but with a difference in the world so that we can do what others claim cannot be done. That's a fourfold Franciscan blessing, and may we be blessed with those words to reach out and touch another sister, another brother, another human being's hand, heart, mind, soul, and spirit. Shalom,
Amen.
shalom.
That's a one. Thank you, ma'am. I want to get a copy of that because we should pray that every day. Thank you very much. Those are words to live by, and may our souls be stirred into action. James 2 reminds us that faith without works is dead. So thank you so much,
Let's
ma'am.
work. Let's work, Senator Scott. Let's work,
Powerful.
Senator Sullivan. Let's speak truth to power to our people during these unprecedented, turbulent times. Let's work together.
Powerful. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Take care now. Bye. See y'all soon. Don't forget to have me out there now.
right, we're gonna get ready to serve lunch. So in about a couple of minutes. So is that Reverend Thomas? Can you come please and bless the food? And then we'll invite you all to enjoy a meal. We're gonna have presentations of our kids. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, if we can, hi there. If we can get everyone to just be quiet for a moment, please. We're gonna bless the food. We're gonna bless the food, and then I'd like to present some certificates to our young people while we are eating lunch. So we're gonna bless the food right now. Thank you all for being here in celebration of what? Black History Month.
Amen. As Celeste said, you can just momentarily just stop what you're doing quietly. Father God, we thank you, Lord God, for this day. We thank you, Lord God, for this gathering that brought us here together, Lord God. We thank you, Lord God, for the purpose of this gathering, Lord God. And we know, Lord God, you will bless it, that your hands are all upon it, Lord God. We thank you for Celeste for putting this together and all those who participated, Lord God, all the volunteers that are here today. And even those, Lord God, who came to support, bless them now. Now, Lord God, as the food has arrived and we're ready to partake in it, we ask that you bless it and let it be nourishing to our body. And everyone says amen, 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 and amen.
All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, and so lunch is now being served. Please make your way, and it's actually, lunch is provided by the Don Jose's restaurant, courtesy of Alaska Hospitality Retailers. So enjoy. Maureen, if you could make your way to the stage. Maureen? Okay, we're going to have the presentation of the awards. And so as the president of the Alaska Black Caucus, hello everyone. It is my honor to recognize and celebrate the incredible young voices we have with us today. These remarkable children participated in our recent Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration by reading excerpts that reflect Dr. King's powerful messages of justice, equality, and hope. And so what I want to do is I want to take a moment to acknowledge each of these young individuals for their courage and commitment. And now I would like to invite the superintendent, school board members, along with any legislators and public officials, and our pastors. Yes, it's a long list. So Senator L.B. Gray Jackson, I see you over there, and make your way to the front. Pastor, I need you, all pastors, because let me tell you what happens. When young folks look back and see all of the powerful individuals standing with them, it's a beautiful thing. So if we can make our way, and let's do this, and let's recognize these children. So if you are the superintendent, okay, he's here. If you are a school board member, please make your way quickly, along with any legislators that are still here, and any public officials, as well as our pastors. Okay, so that's the deal. And so now we're going to have the names of our young children, of our young babies. So get ready. If you're in line or something, we will take your spot and get your meal for you. But if you are a young person that participated in the MLK celebration, please get ready to make your way to the front when your name is called. Okay, that's pretty simple, right? Okay, let's get this done. Who's reading the names? Take the mic. And who's taking the picture? Okay, we got the photographer. And by the way, that is Larry Moore of Larry Moore Associates. Thank you very much for our photography. All right. You're in line. Okay, so how does this look, Larry? Are we good? We need to get in. How about the tall people in the back or something? So we can all get...
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Maureen Segura Cronin, and it is my honor to recognize our young people who participated in our MLK activity. The first young person is Kawaja Coley Smith. Cobry Smith, please come up. Our next young person is Warren Kim. Our next young person is Chanel Kim. Our next young person is Ray Avora Boson. Is Ray present? Okay. Our next person is Ella Rose Wilson. Which one? Genelise? Yes. Not here? Maybe not. Okay. Okay. Our next young person is Genelise Ramos. Okay, not here? Okay. Our last young person being recognized today is Naya Evans Peacock. Naya. No? All right. All right, let's give it up for them one more time to recognize their contributions to the MLK Day. All right.
All right, enjoy your food, everyone. We'll go back into the assembly auditorium in just a moment. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. We're going to get started right now. As a matter of fact, the music has stopped. Rich Kurtner, our chair of the Alaska Black Caucus Justice Committee. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming. I'm Rich Kurtner. I'm the chair of the Justice Committee of the Alaska Black Caucus. I want to introduce our panel. First of all, Jacqueline Hendricks is the Inspector General of the Civilian Review Board, works with the Civilian Review Board and Police Oversight in Columbus, Ohio. And then, needing no introduction, but the champion for us in Juneau is L.B. Great Jackson. And I plan to have a conversation with Jacqueline for about 20 minutes, and then our youth leader, Brandon Ray, is going to have a conversation with Senator Gray Jackson on some of the bills that she's got going currently in Juneau. So I hope you enjoy it. And so Jacqueline will start with our little conversation. You know, the Alaska Black Caucus Justice Committee worked a number of years to get body cams on the street. It took about 2 or 3 years, but we got them now, and it's opened up a lot of eyes now that we have video cameras covering some of the interactions between civilians and police. And there's been some talk about a civilian review board. So I asked you to come up here and educate us about what a civilian oversight looks like and what you do. And maybe you could give us a little bit of your background first, because you're the first Inspector General in Columbus, and I'm sure that's quite an honor. But let's start off with a little bit of your background and how you got into this.
Well, first of all, I really want to just thank the Black Caucus for really just the invitation to come here and really speak and provide some information. So my background is I have over 37 years of experience dealing with the criminal justice department. I am retired law enforcement officer from the city of Detroit, Michigan, after 27 years. And then after that, I started working 9 years for the Department of Inspector General for the city of Columbus, Inspector General for the city of Detroit. And then later on, the city of Columbus had an opening for me to apply, which was a national search. They were creating the Department of Inspector General, which has oversight over the Columbus Division of Police. But it's we serve as an investigative agency for the Civilian Review Board. So it definitely was an honor and a privilege to be selected as the very first Inspector General. That office did not exist, and got hired to come in and create the office. So just kind of telling a little bit about what the office is. So the city charter for the city of Columbus created the Civilian Review Board and the Department of Inspector General. We work in tandem. The Civilian Review Board is a volunteer board, but there's civilians that are a representation of the community. And it's at least, the board consists of at least 11 board members. Again, they are a diverse member of the community. They come together and they review reports that are produced by my office involving allegations of misconduct or excessive use of force involving the Columbus Division of Police. So I'm the Inspector General for the Department of Inspector General. The charter gives each of us different, different duties, different authorities for what we do. So I'm going to be really brief. If there's any additional information afterwards or questions, please feel free to ask me that. So the Civilian Review Board has the ability to initiate complaints, provide those complaints, get the information, and all of that information goes over to the Columbus Division of Police to review. But they don't have the ability to do the investigations, and that's where my department comes into play. So we are a city agency that conducts the investigations. We are independent. We are not a part of the Columbus Division of Police. We are not a part of Department of Public Safety. We are an independent agency that conducts investigations involving allegations of misconduct or excessive use of force involving the Columbus Division of Police. So people might say, well, what's your definition of misconduct? Misconduct is any actions that an officer takes that's having an interaction with a citizen that is a violation of their policies and procedures, a violation of the city policy and procedure, and a violation of the law. What we tell most citizens is we understand citizens have interactions, and sometimes you just don't know whether that interaction you're having with the police is that valid. And so what we want citizens to do is not to react, not just be like, well, I'm not going to listen to the police, because you've got to listen to the police if they stop you. But what you do is if you have an issue with that, as soon as that interaction is done, you come right to our office, you file a complaint, you let us conduct the investigation. Because not only do we have the authority to conduct the investigation, we have the authority to gather all the information that is needed to conduct that investigation, which includes body cam, interviewing the officer, any police reports that are done by the officer, any video that may be in the scout car. We have the authority to grab all that information. We conduct an investigation. We provide a report that states, here's what the allegation is. This is what the officer's actions, the actions that the officer took. And then we provide an understanding of whether that officer's actions violated a policy or procedure. That information is also available to the complainant to be able to see that. All that information goes to the Civilian Review Board. They review it. They provide whatever their findings is. If they agree, they'll provide that finding. Again, that goes over to the chief of police. If we find that the officer's actions involve misconduct, then we do a recommendation for disciplinary action, understanding that officers work on a collective bargaining agreement between the FOP, which is usually Fraternal Order of Police, with the city, and that's how officers are disciplined. It would be the same as a city employee violating a city policy. There's processes for how they're going to be disciplined. Same thing with an officer. So once that information is forwarded, then there's usually some type of follow-up.
So you've been in effect for about 3 years. And how many complaints do you get in your office?
Oh, wow. What I'm going to tell you is City of Columbus is like the 14th largest city here in the United States. On average, and we accept, every time someone calls us, we accept every complaint. So normally our complaints, we receive something like 1,700 and something complaints a year involving allegations of misconduct involving officers. What I will tell you is sometimes actions that officers take may not be a violation of their policy, and so we want to be able to provide education to citizens also to understand that certain actions that a citizen may feel an officer doesn't have the authority to do, they do. So not only do we look at that, but part of the job also for the board is to be able to say, if there's a policy out there that maybe police have a policy for an interaction that the citizens may feel like, hey, this is just not conducive to being able to be something that's a great interaction between the citizen and police. The board has the ability to look at that and make recommendations on that. And so one of the things we will comment on is that when it comes to body cam footage, Columbus does have body cam footage for their officers. One of the recent policy recommendations that the board made is that officers are able to do what they call special duty. Special duty allows officers, when they're not on regular duty, if there's a special assignment, like maybe they might work at a store like CVS or Walgreens, or maybe they might participate in another area, they still are able to do that in full uniform using police resources. But because they're special duty, they weren't required to wear a body cam. And so we did get complaints regarding actions, but unfortunately, since there's no body cam, we weren't able to really make a determination as to what actually occurred. So the board made a recommendation that if officers are doing special duty, they should be wearing body cam because you're representing the department. And we know that if a citizen or something interaction occurred, you're still suing the city. So what we will tell you is based on that recommendation, the chief was able to review that, and so they were in the process, and I believe if they have not, they are in the process of purchasing an additional 200 body cams. That was going to cost them close to almost $900,000, but they're doing that, and they're rewriting their policy to require officers now, when you do special duty, to be able to wear body cam. So this just, I mean, I want to say baby steps, but we're making a difference. And that's just one of the things I wanted to share, that is the difference.
Okay, so how has it worked so far? Have you had resistance from the police, the community? How have they received this whole process?
What I'll tell you is, when it comes to the community, is education is so important. So we do get out there. We try to talk to as many citizens as we can just to educate them. The last, I did on the news, did a little talk. And so one of the things I was really trying to put out there to the community, because when we get complaints, a lot of times officers sometimes stop a complainant and they're asking them for just something simple as ID, and their driver's license. And we have had citizens like, why do I have to provide that information? I shouldn't have to provide that. The thing of it is, you know, based on the law, you do have to provide that. So what we say is go on and provide it. Just provide it to the officer. And then if you're done, after that interaction is done, file the complaint with our office. Let us look at it. What we don't want you to do is like, I'm not going to provide you with that information. And then you and that officer get into a confrontation where there's some type of use of force. Because then what happens is the officer is going to say, you know, I was asking for the information, they resisted, they did not comply with my investigation. And there are times that if the officer that is stopping you has probable cause or reasonable suspicion to do that, and the citizen resists, any action that officer takes from that point on, we can't find him being in violation of the policy because he wasn't. But what we do is we look at the beginning of the interaction to the end. So if when we bring that officer in, he does that initial, I'm just going to use the example of, let's say, an investigatory stop. If he cannot give us reasonable suspicion or probable cause why that stop was initiated, and then he took some actions after that, and at least the citizen complied, then we can find, oh, the stop wasn't within policy and procedure. And any action that officer takes from that point on is a violation of policy and procedure. And we have done that. But again, you know, it's really important to understand the education. And so that's part of one of the things I want our office to do, which is why we accept every complaint that comes through our office. It's documented and we provide feedback. Even if it's just to look at the complaint that the person is making and to call them back and say, hey, I hear what you're saying, but the officer actions didn't violate a policy. I'll give you just another quick example. We've had a person file a complaint because the officer responded. Their neighbor did something, and they wanted that officer to immediately go and arrest that neighbor. And the officer did not witness the incident that occurred, but they took the report down, and it goes to the prosecutor's office for the prosecutor to look at that. So we were able to call that citizen back and say, they said, hey, the officer didn't do his job. Well, explain it to him. Yes, he did. He came because he did not observe what it is you state happened. He took the report. That will go to the prosecutor's office, and there's a process. So we want to make sure that we're kind of educating citizens too. But I will say on the other end, we have also looked at body cam. We just had one recently where we looked at body cam where officers used force. They actually took a complainant. They took the person who made the complaint down to the ground. And they stated the complainant got in their way. Well, when we looked at the body cam, we ruled that the officer's actions was sustained because there were other officers in the immediate area that officer really could have, if he needed to remove that person, he could have either taken that person and gave them to another officer who was like right here and just had them remove her. He did not have to take that person and slam them down to the ground.
So, Randy, let's start a conversation about Alaska, and then maybe we can have a conversation between the four of us. But you want to talk about what's going on in Alaska legislature?
Sure. Thank you. At first, I want to give a shout out to Selects for continuing to have the Bettye Davis African American Summit every year, and I'm truly honored to be here. And I also want to say that I have a great deal of respect for our public safety officers whose mission is to protect and serve me, my constituents, and everybody throughout every single community in the state of Alaska. But when the George Floyd incident happened, In 2021, I introduced 6 police reform bills that were inspired by the A Can't Wait initiative. The first one was the chokehold ban. The second one was peace officers, de-escalation and misconduct, prohibiting shooting at a moving vehicle, state troopers policies and public access, a use of force registry, and then the last one was state troopers policies and public access, which I just mentioned. But anyway, these bills were aimed to enhance law enforcement accountability and improve public trust and establish clear guidelines for police conduct. But although only one of my bills made it to the finish line, that bill was the bill requiring that policies and procedures be online for public access. The others faced challenges, and so I just put them on hold. But given Anchorage's current issues, I decided that now is the time for me to revisit these critical reforms that not only protect our citizens, but also protect our public safety officers throughout the state of Alaska. And so I reintroduced SB 7, the chokehold ban. I reintroduced Senate Bill 42, which is the law enforcement use of registry. And then there's another bill that is fairly new. I didn't bring back the de-escalation bills, but I brought back a different type of bill, and it's Senate Bill 53, law enforcement agency accreditation. And I worked along with the APD chief, Chief Sean Case, to work through this bill and then had it introduced. And the bill is a voluntary accreditation process for law enforcement agencies that's based on the industry's best practices. And the several areas where there are key benefits is credibility, which enhances the agency's reputation and competitive standing. The second one is regulatory compliance, which ensures adherence to established laws and policies. The next one is risk mitigation, which reduces liability and improves operational process. And the last one is public trust, which strengthens relationships between law enforcement and the communities that they serve. And I am truly honored that I took the initiative to bring these 3 bills back. I'm also honored because now we have a better chance of the bills moving forward, because not only does the Senate have a bipartisan majority working together, the House also has a bipartisan majority working together. So I feel confident that my bills will have some movement during the next 2 years. Thank you.
So, Brandon, you're a youth leader in this community. What are the youth and the young people in the city? What do they have any views on public safety and reactions with the police and anything of that nature?
Well, I'd like to start by welcoming Senator Gray Jackson. It's great to have you here.
Thank you.
The youth in our community want to thank you for representing us and our interests in the Alaska legislature. I know you filed legislation concerning public safety over the years. I want to talk to you about some of the justice issues you promoted in the past and pre-filed bills for this session. Specifically, I want to hear about State Bill 7, the ban on police use of chokeholds.
Thank you for that question. It was a bill that I introduced in 2021. But the reality is APD already has a chokehold ban, which I'm really pleased to know. But there are other communities throughout the state that I don't think do. But besides that, I want this bill to be in state statutes, because we know that leadership changes often, and I don't want new leadership to come in and decide all of a sudden, well, we're not going to do a chokehold ban anymore. But if it's in state statutes, they don't have any choice. Thank you.
And 2, State Bill 42, creating a use of force registry.
There's currently a use of force registry in place because it's required by the federal government. But again, my mission is to put this requirement in state statutes so that it is there in perpetuity. So no matter what happens, if the federal government decides that you don't have to do that anymore, no more use of force registry, if it's in state statutes, the state of Alaska, law enforcement, they won't have any choice. They will have to continue to have a use of force registry. Thank you.
You're welcome. And last, I want to hear about State Bill 53, which is an act relating to accreditation accreditation standards for law enforcement agencies?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. And I did go over that a few minutes ago, but I'll be happy to go over it again. But again, I worked with Police Chief, APD Chief Sean Case on crafting this bill, and our legal department put it together. And again, this bill introduces a voluntary accreditation process for law enforcement agencies based on the industry's best practices. And it takes into consideration credibility, regulatory compliance, risk mitigation, and public trust. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Jackson, Ray Jackson, do you have any thoughts on civilian oversight of police? It's kind of a new concept here at Anchorage, and I've seen it, many other cities have that, but what are your thoughts about civilian oversight?
Well, briefly, I'm really glad to hear what's happening in Detroit, and I have no issue with having civilian oversight in our community. I think it's a step in the right direction. We need to do everything we can to, again, protect our citizens and also our public safety officers. So whatever it takes to make that happen, I'm for it.
Okay. So anything to add to that, or what can you tell our audience about civilian oversight and a civilian review board that can maybe be helpful if they decide to do it?
I'll tell you, it's always important to have accountability. So really, what your civilian review board provides is that accountability, that independent accountability for police oversight. It also is a great tool to build that community, I would say, trust between police and civilians, because the board is a civilian board, and what they're doing is looking at a lot of the complaints that come to them and making a determination as to whether, a policy or procedure is good for how officers are acting. And it also gives citizens that independent agency to investigate any complaints that they have involving their interactions with police. And wanted to make sure if we could acknowledge one of our board members is in the audience. And she can stand up and just wave her hand or just wave her hand.
Yeah, Mary volunteers a lot of time to sit on the civilian review board, and we appreciate your service. So, how do you, I know in Anchorage we've had a number of police shootings this last year, and how are those officer-involved shootings handled in Columbus? Do they all come to the civilian review board, or how does that work?
So with us, we're administrative. So the initial involved shootings are done by the Bureau of Criminal Investigations. That's done by BCI, because anytime officers are involved in a shooting, it can be a criminal matter. So BCI does the initial investigation that goes to the prosecutor's office. They make a determination as to whether the officer's actions are criminal or not. Once that is closed, then it does come back to CPD for them to look at it. We do get a chance to look at it because then we look administratively to see if the officer's actions violated a policy or procedure. So just because they found that it may not have been criminal as to the actions, we still want to look at administratively if the officer's actions violated any policy and procedure. And again, what I say is we look from the beginning to the end. So we look from the point that that interaction occurred, how'd you come about that interactions, and to the end to what has occurred. And the first thing you'll hear me say is if the officer's beginning interactions violated a policy or procedure, everything that follows is a violation. But if the officer's interactions was within policy and procedures, everything that they follow was within policy and procedure. And our goal also is to really make sure that we're educating them both.
So I'm sure having all the experience you had in law enforcement is useful when you're in your new position?
Absolutely. What I tell people, is I have the unique ability of working on both sides of the badges because I was a law enforcement officer for 27 years, and I worked 8 years in internal affairs conducting investigation into officer-involved shootings, and then coming on the other side working for the Department of Inspector General, being able to be that administrative side too. So understanding, what I'll say, we know that you have to have law enforcement, but we also know that citizens and that involvement is very important, and citizens need to have a voice as to being able to speak about the interaction that occurs between law enforcement.
So, Senator, I'm glad to hear that you're hopeful for these 3 bills that you pre-filed for this year. Looking into the future, are there other public safety issues that you might think need to be addressed in our legislature?
That's an interesting question, but because I've had 6 bills in 2021 and now 3, I mean, I can't think of any other bill in terms of public safety in this respect at this point in time. But I do want to seize this opportunity to talk about my mental health bill briefly, okay?
Yes, thank you.
So I have a mental health bill that requires mental health curriculum to be added to the health curriculum in K through 12. And I want to give a shout out to former House member Matt Clayman, who's now a senator, because when he was in the House, he introduced House Bill 60, and I introduced a companion bill, Senate Bill 80, on this very subject. And we've been working on this bill, for years. And I think it was at least 2 times the bill almost made it to the finish line, okay? Our kids are hurting. They really are. We had kids come to Juneau last session who were there to talk about increasing the BSA, but they also threw in the fact that, we need to have this bill passed because we're hurting. We have issues, and it starts in the early stages. So I reintroduced this bill. It's going to have a hearing at the Senate Education Committee next Wednesday at 3:30. And if you want to call in and testify, I would be truly honored. But I want to see this bill make it to the finish line, not the end of the 34th legislative session, but this year, the first session of the 34th legislative session, because it's that important. Thank you.
Thank you. How important is mental health issues in Columbus, and for the police or for citizens?
Mental health we know is a very big issue because you do have times where officers are responding to runs where family members are having issues with their loved one that does have some mental health issues, and so we do know that the police are responding. We do know that CPD does have some other programs in which some of the officers do respond. They don't have as much funding, so we definitely, we'll be hoping that they get more funding where some of the runs do respond with social workers that have that mental health training, and then we do have some officers that have mental health training responding. So to make a long story, it's very important because we know when you call the police and they respond, you're looking for assistance, not for them coming in and the threat of excessive use of force or the threat of deadly force being, being used on a loved one that's having mental health. So I think the training and everything and the talk about it is so important, and I know that a lot of us are talking about that.
Brandon, I got to ask you, just through this conversation, what are your thoughts? This is probably a lot of this is new for you, but do you have any questions of these 2 people that are standing up for your rights and all the other youth in Anchorage, or what are your thoughts about this?
It's definitely a great step. We're hurt, we need help, and this can get us that help. I really appreciate it for everyone.
Okay. Do you have any questions for them?
None that come to mind.
Okay. Anything you want to ask the senator about what we're doing in Alaska? Or?
I'm just excited to hear about, just the different reform bills that you're putting through, and I just feel that that's something that I can see is going to be like a positive impact on the citizens. And the thing that the senator said, which is so important, is when things are, written down in legislation in their bills, they're there, they're solid. You can't change that, and that is always important.
Thank you.
And Senator, do you have any questions for our Inspector General?
I think I'm good, but I'm just really, really glad you're here and participated in this forum, because it's really, it's going to be really good for our community to, when we do develop the same type of agency that you represent.
Okay, well, do you have any questions from the audience? Well, I got some questions. She snuck up on me. So Columbus had a nationwide attention for police shootings of black people. And that's what I remember seeing in the news. There's a tremendous activity in Ohio, and now Alaska will have to have more federal dollars and protection. So any comments on your history with BIPOC people being involved in police officer-involved shootings and how it's working out there?
Well, the one thing I can say is I know that the mayor there, you know, when they had the advisory board come together and the citizens voted to have the Columbus Civilian Review Board and the Department of Inspector General, it was the concern to have an independent agency being able to investigate this information versus it being investigated by the Division of Police. So I'm excited to say, again, having an independent agency is great. Great.
And here's, I got this. Okay, I got it. So we're almost out of time, but I got one more question for the senator. You know, there's been a lot of concern about federal funding being cut for Alaska, and there's concern that Juneteenth may be defunded because of the DEI policies and that with the new administration. Do you have any feelings about that?
Well, the real feelings that I have, I probably better not express in this audience. But as everybody here knows, I worked really hard and I had support from former Representative Stanley Wright to make Juneteenth a paid state holiday. And as far as I'm concerned, it's going to remain a paid state of Alaska holiday, or else. Anyway, just saying. Thank you for that question.
Okay. Well, that's all the time we have, but thank you guys very much for all your work you do in the service, and we really appreciate it. So, thank you, Randon, for volunteering to be a leadership of our youth. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to transition to our health committee, if we can take the stage.
Okay. Hello, everybody. This is the Health Committee of the Alaska Black Caucus. My name is Dr. Aman Ambise. I'm Assistant Professor of Social Work at UAA and the co-chair of the Health Committee. We are truly, truly excited to be here, especially on this Black History Month, especially when it's been questioned whether we should even have this Black History Month. So we're very excited to be here. Before I go into introducing the panelists, I'd like to make a general announcement, which doesn't concern the Health Committee, but just a call on, if you have seen at various tables, there is a form that asks for feedback on the different sessions that we're having here. It's a QR code. It will take you to a survey. It's a very short survey. It's not a professorial type of a survey, so we're not doing any type of lengthy research. But it's really a brief questions that to just get your feedback on how these sessions have been. We would love to hear back from you. And so that paper looks like this, and that's the QR code. You can complete that on your phone. So thank you so much for giving us that feedback. So we know what these sessions mean and how we may improve for the next coming summits. Okay, so, all right, and then, should I just introduce? Okay. All right, why don't you introduce yourself? Okay. All right, so let's do some introductions here.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gail Jackson. I'm an outreach practitioner here in the community. I facilitate community drumming circles. I am a mindfulness meditation teacher and also a sound practitioner. So I play the gongs for stress management, relaxation, and transformational experiences. And it's a pleasure to be before you today to be part of the Health Committee. Thank you.
How y'all doing? My name's Kevin Bruno. I'm a local barbershop owner.
Thank you. All right, so
I'd like to share something with you. This conversation that we're going to have today is not an end-all. It's an invitation to continue the conversation. Today we have our barber here today, Mr. Bruno, and this opportunity to further the conversation, to break bread together, to make an appointment to sit in his chair to get to know one of the barbers in our community, to engage. They work on our outer appearance, and they do so much more for our inner selves, our self-esteem, how we feel about ourselves, how we move in our community. And this is one of the ways that we like to bring for you today. Thank you.
Excellent. So just a little bit of an overview for why are we talking about barbershops? So back in 22, the Alaska Black Caucus, in partnership with the UAA School of Social Work, we did the first health needs assessment of Black Alaskans. Has anyone seen that, read that, heard about it? Some hand? Okay. All right. Yeah. So the health needs assessment was the first document really to tell us what health needs and challenges that Black people in Alaska experience. Now, based on that, we were able to first learn what the challenges are, but most importantly, what can we do in order to address the health challenges that Black Alaskans are experiencing. And so we went out, we were talking to people about the health needs assessment, we have presented the data, but one thing was coming out constantly in the audience: there were very few men, if any. So we wondered, how can we reach Black men? How can we talk about Black men's health? As we all know, Black men experience some of the highest health disparities, perhaps only behind Alaska Native and American Indian men. And they experience the second highest rates of mortality. So Black men are experiencing health challenges that are caused by chronic health diseases, violence. We had a panel on violence, disproportionately impacting Black men. But Black men are not seeking health care. And so where are they? Where do they get their health care? And one of the things that we thought was, there are other spaces. In public health, they'll refer to these as non-traditional health spaces. What are those non-traditional health spaces for Black men? And so one of them, with in fact, Joel Jones, who is a member of our health committee, pointed out, why don't we try out barbershops? But not just barbershops, but also maybe salons in other spaces. So this conversation is really around that. How can we increase access to health, especially as it relates to Black men here in Alaska? So we'll be having a conversation with Kevin, he is the barber here, to talk about what that space means and whether it's, what health role does it play. We had planned to also have 2 hairstylists, but unfortunately they're not able to be here with us. Some emergency reasons happened, so they were not able to join us. But we wanted to have hairstylists as well and salons because the theme is around family health. And we know that it's not just men, but also others as well contribute to that family health perspective. So, all right, I will move it now to Gail and we'll get start the questions.
Okay. So, Kevin, in your profession, you wear many hats: a psychiatrist, therapist, a motivator, networker, and many other hats. Were you aware of this before you went into your profession?
Honestly, yes.
Okay.
I didn't become a barber for cutting hair. Honestly, if I have to be honest, that's probably the least of it that I enjoy.
So what helped you prepare to wear those hats? What in your life experiences helped prepare you for this journey?
I guess with me in particular, I cross off, you can cross me off across from what he said, the violence, to the therapy of it, to going all the way back to being a kid. So my family originally come from the Caribbean, so it was a hard transition, I guess, with all the American ways of doing things, especially with a kid growing here. I came here when I was 3 years old. So one of those mentorship kind of things was all, for me anyway, was always in the barbershop. I still have those barbers around that I could go. I barely get haircuts now, obviously, for my locks. But I can still go and I talk to them. You know what I mean? I give a lot of them their flowers because I was one of those kids on a crash course. And so that's a part of it. When I got the opportunity to become a barber, you know what I mean? It's hard for me to stand. I was paralyzed. So people look at me all the time and they ask, like, man, you could probably be doing something else. You know, why do you do it? And that's the part of it, the therapy, the being a safe space for a lot of people, especially the kids, the teenagers, them knowing they could come to me and talk to me from everything from the most extremes to the softest of the softs. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the people that I kind of stand on finding that place between the lion and the lamb, and I just try to help with that.
Thank you. So your role as a profession, how does your role in the community play? The vibe of your studio, the culture, the climate. How does that play in the Black community? Today versus what it used to be. Is there a change?
It was really not a change. I think the change there's less, like I've to explain to him, it just became a thing that it was becoming less and less of a passing of a torch. So like a lot of the OG barbers that was here, maybe there just wasn't no one to pass the torch to. So you see less and less barbershops and less, especially Black barbers. But I don't think it's because they didn't want to. I just think when it came to having those platforms or having the steps to take to become that wasn't there. Like for me, becoming a barber fell in my lap almost accidentally. Like I was in a very dark place. At the point in time, I had somebody that had a shop, and I just started working in the shop. And because I knew his shop in particular was somewhere that I'm not a sleeper. Like I don't sleep. You know, people sounds weird because everybody sleep. I don't. You know, I probably get like 4 hours of sleep a week due to mental health and stuff like that. But there's certain barbershops that I'll fall asleep in, and they'll laugh. Like not laugh as making a joke of me, but more just laugh because they knew I didn't sleep. So when the position came and I took it, it was more or less I was just trying to find. I was like in a dark place, just trying to find a balance, a ground to get back on. And I got it there. So then the opportunity came to become a barber, and that's already what I was standing on because I've always had the gift of gab. I know some people don't like saying it like that, but I always had. So just, even when I was in high school, I graduated from East High School. So even like when I just graduated, no matter the way that I ended high school was pretty bad. But even after that, my football coach would still bring students to me, like, you know what I mean, to talk to me, just so, because he knew I would shine a light differently. So I was just like, that was just something I always was proud of myself on. Just because I did it didn't mean you had to do it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce a stylist, braider, weaver, Miss Ida. And Miss Ida, can you share with us who you are and where you are?
My name is Ida Mbuj. I'm from Gambia, West Africa. Owner of Glamour Breaks and Weave. Been in business over 25, almost 30 years in Alaska. I was in a big shop, but now I downsized. Taking care of my mom, I had to downsize my shop so that I can take care of my mom at the same time. Being a hairdresser, it was an accident with me. It wasn't planned. I remember visiting my sister in Sweden. She asked me, what do you want to do? Whilst I was in college, she said, you know what? Doing hair is not bad. At least it's always good to have a trade. Not just being book sense, but at least have a trade. I thought about it. I said, older people are always wiser, so it's always good to listen to them. I decided to go to a beauty shop with her in Sweden, and as soon as we walk in, they told us that we don't do Black people's hair. I said, wow, hair is hair. That's what made me started doing hair. Came back to the States, went to beauty school, and believe me, that was the best thing that I did. It's like a therapy. I enjoy doing hair. It's not the money, it's the passion I have for it. Seeing people that their hair needed to be done it, and they get satisfaction. That's where I get it. And till this day, I'm a business major, but I don't even think about the business major. I always enjoy doing hair. So anybody that needs hair done, and also not just doing hair, people come and sit on your chair. There are so many things. As there, I have a sign in my shop that somebody brought, don't judge me. That's where we are. We don't judge nobody. Anybody that comes to our shop, we do. It's like a family. Sitting here, it wasn't planned. I didn't know what to say. But to be honest, I didn't know what the discussion was. I just happened to have a table outside. Celeste told me, I said, let's go for it.
We like that, yeah. No judgment. Yeah, we're.
Okay, anybody have any question? That's the best that I can come up with right now.
So I have a question, and this goes to both of you. So I've been trying to reach out to black male barbers and black stylists, people who work with black hair. Very few, at least, is what I'm learning. And I spoke with Kevin at some point, and he said, you know, we have this research that we're trying to reach about 30 barbers. And he was like, no way, you're not going to get 30 black barbers. So why so few of you? And what are you doing to get more to join? Because it sounds like there's a lot of health function that this is your profession is serving in the black community. So why so few, and what are you doing to get more black people, black men, black women involved in the trade?
As for me, what I'm doing right now by the young ones, especially high school, those are the ones that's trainable right now. But you can see few of them that have interest in. You start telling them, they thought that, oh, a hairdresser. We are the most important people in this community because people sit down and talk to us. We are confident that you know you will talk to them and it stays there. I know I'm one of them. I can guarantee myself. So whatever you talk to me, just like a therapist or whatever, doctors that you can talk to, we are part of that community. And when they come to my shop, even if I cannot do them, I send them to another shop. I will give them another 2 or 3 shops and told them that we cannot take you right now, but these shops can take you. Just like a barber shop. My son, where he cut his hair, a customer called me. We are not a barber. What I don't do, I don't touch it. I will tell you, go to the person that does it because they can do it better than I can. I know my work, I can guarantee my work, but I don't want to do something that you say, well, she messed up my hair. That's not my area, so I'll give it to the person that's his area. And sending that customer to barbers, I take barbers' cards and have it in my shop and give it away. One person cannot do it all. You can only do a certain people, and then the next person will do the rest. So we all have to work together. If we work together, we get stronger. One person cannot do it.
I agree completely. And again, I think the lack of it is just the appreciation. The lack of appreciation people have for it is one of them things that you kind of don't know you need till you need it. You kind of didn't know you needed that session. You know, there's plenty of times that I tell a lot of people because they probably don't see it, like you're booking time. Like she said, it's not about the money. You're more or less just booking time, and I got to stay on a time frame. You know what I mean? But when you come to my chair, for example, and you want a 2 all over and no lineup, that could be done in 10 minutes. You know, that gentleman didn't come for a 2 all over with no lineup for the haircut. He could have did that at his house with no guard, with no mirror, with no nothing, and just went over his head over and over till it was in a particular shape. But Like she said, knowing that you, or I get text messages, I could read one right now, like somebody had reposted something I said, or I posted, and he said, oh, if you need a barber or a therapist, this the person to go see. So that's what most of it is. Most of the people that I have reoccurring, like I could point out 10, 15 barbers doper than me, than I do. If you come for a haircut that I can't kill, I'm gonna send you to somebody that I know that can kill it. But I don't know if I know 10 or 15 more people that listen better than me. I don't know if I know 10 or 15 more people that went through the things that I went through and stood the way that I stood. And that's just honest to truth. You know what I mean? I had a 2% chance to ever walk again. And I tell you what, when I got told I wasn't gonna walk again, I smiled and I told them, yeah, I will. And you don't come across, and I have a hard time with like admitting stuff like that or giving myself flowers, but that's my truth. And so when people come to me and they're going through something, a lot of them just look at it like, you know, if Kevin did it or Kevin went through this, as Kevin did, you know what I mean? But I don't try to stick there with that. So I try to give them their outs. I try to give them whatever that they need to get for that situation. If we can get for the situation, we're gonna get for the situation. That's one of the things I guarantee, especially with the young. I tell them all the time, like I have a real strong appreciation for kids. It's probably scary, because I'm that one person that if something, you can't play with kids around me, you can't do nothing to no kids around me, you just can't. You just can't. So people that bring me their kids and trust me with their kids, I've been cutting some kids for like 6 years, 7 years, watching them grow, and that's just important to me. So it's important to me to be the role model I sometimes wish I had growing up, or a big brother I wish I had growing up. I always wished I had a big brother, you know what I mean? I got a little brother and a little sister, and I got a son that's 12, but I always wished I just had like a bona fide big brother. So that's just what I try to be.
Thank you, Kevin. You opened up an interesting door with the rising, and it's always been there, but now that we hear so much about neurodiverse people, children, adults, those that are sensitive to sound, sensitive to being touched, sensitive to being in close proximity with folks. So have either of you encountered any neurodiverse people, any children that may be on the spectrum, autistic, and how do you work with that, or do you refer those clients to someone else?
I'm the kid barber. I cut all kids. I don't see none of that. I had an autistic kid in my chair today, and we got through it. We got through it. People ask me all the time, look, if you don't want to cut them, they know you don't want to cut them. They might be autistic, they might be this, they might be that. But I'll tell you one thing for sure, they're going to feel your energy. They're going to feel your energy. So if you don't want to cut the kid, cool, send them to me. Send them to me. I'm going to cut them. We're going to get through it. I'm going to let the parent know we're going to get through it. So I got a lot of parents that's how they was referred to me. It's like, you know what I mean? The haircut might not happen. He's not going to get upset. He's not going to get mad. He's going to make your kid feel comfortable. I had one today. Today was his third haircut, and we got the furthest we ever gotten. And our goal between me and his mom is for him to have the best haircut he can have by the time he graduates the 5th grade. So we got, I think, like 2 months, you know what I mean? But that's the goal. And I'm telling you, we're going to get there. I haven't had a kid that challenged me yet that I couldn't get through.
Thank you.
At all.
Ms. Ida?
Just yesterday was a good example. I was not in the shop, but they brought somebody that is artistic in the shop. I was not there. The lady called me, well, she wanted her hair done. And she picked a certain style. The person didn't want to sit down, but I said, offer them a snack because I have snacks. That's the first thing kids will take when you offer them. They have snacks or juice. So after offering it to that person, I told the mother, if you trust us enough, leave your daughter there and we'll take care of it. And she did. And guess what? By the time she came back, that kid's hair was done. She said, this is how much she can afford. I said, it's not about the money. I just want to see the kid being happy. The lady that did it, I pay them. Even the customer, even if they don't have enough money, I pay the employee that was there. I said, don't worry about it, just do the hair. And it came out real nice. The kid was happy. She said, Mom, I want to come back. We even shampooed the hair before even we braided it or twisted it, whatever need to be done. They live in a special homes. Somebody have to take care of them. Anybody that have a kid, hair needed to be done, tangle or whatever, look for us. We are the best in town, as I said, and I can guarantee it. If I'm not there, call me, because I'm not there all the time. Somebody else is there. Let me know what's going on. Thank you.
So I have a question. I follow several barbers, stylists on Facebook, and there was a woman who was doing a young girl's hair, and there was severe breakage around the edges and the back. And being a stylist, a barber, you all have tremendous power and knowledge. When you see health conditions affecting your client's hair, do you hold back or do you share what you recommend from your knowledge as a professional in order to address those physical concerns of health that's affecting your client's hair? Because this stylist said that she didn't want to trigger or traumatize the person in sharing what that child could do or the parent can do to help the child's hair. So in your profession, do you hold back or do you share from your professional knowledge in healthy hair? Because healthy hair translate into self-esteem, how we walk on this planet. What steps do you take?
As for me, I share. I will talk to the parent and I'll explain to the kid. I'll even take the first step and says, bring them, let me do a treatment on it by telling them what to do, how to take care of it. We just don't do beautiful hair. We also believe in healthy hair. Not just a braider. I'm also a hairstylist, went to beauty school. So I know both ways. Some people, they will tell you, I wanted it tight. No, it's not about tight braids. The hair doesn't need to be tight. It can be braided beautiful because when it's tight, it's messing with your hair follicles. And when it breaks it, it might not grow back. In Africa, that's what we all do. We were not using chemicals. We were braiding each other's hair. Every Sunday, we will all gather up, sit together, and do each other's hair. When we go to school, during weekdays, we put on sandals and uniform to school. Everybody look alike. It's when I came to America, that's when everybody dressed up. But in Africa, everybody look alike. When you go to school, you have to be a student and look like a student. But I will definitely tell the parents and let them know. If they decide not to do anything about it, I'll tell them that I cannot see them again because I want to do the right thing. If you don't believe in it, you can try somewhere else. Because at the end of the day, they will say it's you that messed up their hair. They don't realize that you already told them what to do and they didn't accept it. So sharing is the, power is knowledge. When you know it, share it. They might not like it that time, but one day they'll thank you for it. I have people that got mad at me before, but they came out and say, you know what, I finally realized it. At least don't say I know so, say I told you before. Thank you.
I'm telling you. What you gonna do about it? But no, I'm telling you because honestly, that's what separates having a license and not having a license. And it's your due diligence, if you ask me. Like that's the part. For example, you know, not too often when you go to a doctor, you're sharing your hair concerns with a doctor. When you go get a physical, you're not telling the physician that, you know, your hair itches a little more when during this time. You're not. You know, I've never done it. They've never asked me getting a physical for school. You know, how's your head? You know, how's your condition of your scalp? Never. So if you're trusting that person with your kid's hair, and quite often you're trusting that person with the health of your kid. So whether it's dry scalp, whether it's something breakage, whether you know, especially that you have knowledge of it, you should, I'm not gonna say you should, you're supposed to share that knowledge, and you're supposed to want better for that kid, because it do become a self-esteem. It do. You know, I mean, I've had people in my chair that fights from school. Like, it just is. It just is. That's even when it goes to, like, for me, one thing I don't do one thing I won't do, and you can't bring your kids in, you know, cutting off their hair if you want to, that's fine. But I know there's a lot of barbers that do the George Jefferson to the kids and all of that, and I get it, you know, that kid was making fun of somebody, that ain't no way to do it. So, like, there's certain things I'm against, but the health of your hair and stuff like that, I won't. But you can't bring your kids in to make your kid look goofy to go to school the next day. You know, I'm just not doing it.
Thank you.
Yeah. We are graced by Alex here. So Alex is an expert around issues of mental health, and as we're hearing, barbers are also acting as therapists in addition to their trade. And wonder if, Alex, would you like to respond to anything that you've heard from the barber and hairstylists?
Well, I'm so glad when you said expert, I thought you were going to say expert in hair, because I don't have any. So I'm glad you said mental health. I didn't know where you were going with that for a second. I'm like, no, I'm not a hairdresser. But I grew up, born and raised in London, England. And we have this TV show in London. I remember growing up, and it was about a barber shop, a barber store. It was kind of like the British version of Ice Cube's barber shop, you know? And I love what you were saying, brother, where you talked about how, and Auntie as well over there. I love what you were saying about that it did become, like, we didn't know about therapists. We didn't even know what that meant. And we didn't even realize when we were in the barbershop that we were getting therapy, because we were just talking about our issues, talking about our problems. And here's the thing, I realized why it was so important. It was a safe place where we could say anything we wanted and not be judged for it. That's why I love what you said, sis, about that. And so there were people that would come to the barbershop with no hair just to sit there and get in on the conversation. And there was the annoying ones that they were just always there. It was like, are you gonna get your hair cut? Come and get your hair cut, man. And they just stay there. And that, they become part of the conversation. And I miss that. Because now I ain't got no hair. I just feel weird. I can't go and have those experiences. But then I just realized that I actually can, because I can just sit and just get in on the conversations. And I loved it. I've never forgot those experiences, even still. When I was 5, 6, 7 years old, and there's a brother that used to cut my hair. He reminds me of you so much. I just remember he had this deep voice. I didn't have a father. So I'd go get my hair cut, and this brother had this real deep voice, real manly, real fatherly voice that I never had. And I couldn't wait to go get my hair cut. Like, there was a lot of kids that didn't want to, like you were saying, didn't want to get their hair cut, and they were scared. And I'm like, no. I couldn't wait for my hair to grow so that it would get too long so I could get my hair cut. And sometimes I'd remind my mom, Mommy, I need to get my hair cut. I want to go and see Brother C. We used to call him Baba C. And so I'm a person that I speak very freely. And when I give presentations, I'll talk about my therapist. And I think it's really important to start making that a natural, non-taboo-like thing. Because I know sometimes as black folks, we think that if we're going to get a therapist, ask for a therapist, that there's something wrong with us, that we're not quite right, and that we feel like the outcast and stuff like that. I'm hoping that we can change that and just make that a natural thing. I've got 8 kids, same mother. I don't know why that came out. But anyway, but 5 of my 8 kids, the oldest ones, I put them all in therapy. The reason why is because I'm going through a divorce. It's been, 3 years going through a divorce. And it's one of the hardest things. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But no matter what, I wanted to make sure that my kids knew that Dad still loved them and Dad has not abandoned them. That Dad lives 20 minutes away. that dad is always going to be there for them for no matter what. My therapist helped me to work that out. I didn't know what to say to them. My therapist helped me to know. He says, you just make sure when they know that, because a divorce, it's not the word that messes up the family. It is what we put on that word that messes up the family. And I realized through my therapist that there are people who've gone through divorces and they've been amazing. Two co-parents just beautifying the relationship with them and their kids. And one co-parent doesn't rip on the other co-parent while the kids are there. And when they go over to their kids, they always make sure we don't say anything bad about our spouse, ever. Our mouths are clean, no matter what. No matter how much we feel the hurt that our spouse gave us or whatever it is, that does not spill on to the kids. They don't need that trauma. And we have power to not let them have that trauma.
Thank you.
So something came to mind while I was sitting here listening. When there's a study that they had children in orphanages, they were not touched, so they developmentally did not thrive. In the salons and barbershop, you have treatments that you all do. You shampoo the hair, wow. You put the hot towel on, you put the shaving cream on, you massage the scalp. So when folks walk into your salon, your barbershop, and they're all tensed up, their shoulders and ears are having conversations, and then by the time that you're done working your magic, how has that person changed? Because for some folks, that's the only touch that they get from your hands touching their heads. And that opens up the chemicals, the positive chemicals, rather than the toxins flowing through them. And your work that you do opens them up. And then opening them up opens them up to when they go home to their families, interacting with community. There's a change that you all do for our communities. So do you have a special technique that you don't mind sharing? Or how do you perform that magic in opening the heart space for your clients? And in turn, they open their heart space to community.
I just smile. I just smile. I mean, I guess when it comes to, there's certain things that I can't hide, certain things I can't hide, certain things people already know. Certain things, I'm not gonna lie, some people's kids get a kick out of when they look it up or find about me. But so I guess the truth of it is just being the opposite of what a lot of people know me to be or know how I can be. And I just smile a lot, just like what he just said. I'm a very strong advocate for mental health when it comes to therapy, when it comes to all of that. I'm a gladiator. I'm a gladiator. You know what I mean? I am. And so when people hear me and everything, all my life I've heard it. You're strong, you're strong, you're strong, you're strong. And even the strong people get weak. You know what I'm saying? Even the strong people get weak. And that doesn't help that sometimes. So once I realized that don't help at all times, I just started sharing that. And one thing about me, I probably overshare. I share everything. I just do. Because I stand on it. Whether it was right or wrong, I stand on it. I take all accountability. You know what I mean? And I just stand on whatever. So you be intense or not really wanting to be touched, where somebody else probably thought that is weird. I know that, especially black men, especially men, there's plenty of us that didn't even grow up being told that I love you. With me and my partners, we knew kind of life we was living. We've been telling each other we loved each other since we was 14. When it was weird to do it. We was weird. It was weird. Now when my homies leave the shop, they say I love you out loud. I say it right back, because when some kids be like, they see that, and it's a real reaction, and it's real love, because I've cried real tears. Yesterday was one of my partners' death day, or his birthday, but he passed away. And those was real tears, so you gotta enjoy the times when you hear. I take in stride all of those moments. Those kids that didn't want to be touched at the very beginning, Now they be the biggest kids. They walk in smiling. They walk in happy. Parents done reached out to me. Certain people said they were able to go home with a conversation and keep it going. You know what I'm saying? I deal from the oldest. Like, I got some people that'll just go in the shop and just chop it up. And mixing a 12-year-old kid, probably with no father figure at home, in a shop with maybe 6 men. Not 6 suckers, 6 men. What it can do for that kid is remarkable. Because not does he went from not having no one to look up to 6 different people with 6 different backgrounds that he could look up to. And now that kid comes in every 2 weeks or once a month. So if you think about it, if he comes in every 2 weeks, 12 months, that's 24 times. That's 24 sessions for a kid that never had a session. So it's deeper than just a haircut. It's way deeper than a haircut.
And I would say, just real quick, is that I know sometimes you're like, oh, I'm gonna save some money, let me get some clippers and I can do it at home, stuff like that. But it's not the same. When you, that right there, you just brought back some memories. Just by you saying that I just realized at the time when I was around grown men, the only time was when my uncle, because my mom and dad, my mom left, my dad was not around in my life, raised by my mom, single family, and there was never any men around, unless she'd take me to those big African parties, and you see all the, the men and the brothers there, but that still wasn't the same. And then she'd take me to the hairdressers, the barbers, and there's just all these men, grown men, and I'm listening to them talk to each other. I'm listening to them argue, fight, laugh, have fun, all of that. And that's the only place where I actually really had that. So my mom could have said, hey, Tunde, I'm going to cut your hair. And she'll put me in front of the TV. She could have done that. I'm going to cut your hair. And I'm so glad that she didn't. Even when she wasn't, she didn't have that much money, she still made sure that she took me to the hairdressers, to the barbers, to get my afro cut. And I realize now why she did that. It wasn't for the haircut. It was for being around men who were laughing, who were arguing, having fun, all these things. And I got to experience that. And I missed that. And now I want to be that for my kids and for other people. It's powerful. Hairdressers, they should call it something else, because it's not really barbershop. They should call it something else, because it's not really that. You know what I mean? It's so much more than that. So if you have kids and they got big afros, take them to the hairdressers, take them to the barbershop. They'll come away with more than just a haircut and a style.
Just keep going off what he said. It being bigger than a haircut, I know that. I know that. So, even like she said, it ain't about no money for me. Mm-hmm. And I care so much about you getting your kid in the barbershop. I'll trick you. Oh, you better laugh at this.
Let's go.
My barbershop has a take a book, leave a book library.
I love that.
You know what I mean? So tell your kid to come get a book. And there's books for all kinds of adults, and they get and I really read, so they get a laugh at that too. As much of stuff as I was in, I'm prideful on how smart I am too. I was on it. Miss Pam, I'm gonna tell you, I was in classes with her daughter. You know what I mean? So she loves me to this day, and I love her. But I think the first time she ran into me, pants down to my knees, sagging, big. I'm from the era of the top.
So good.
I'm from the era of the long T-shirts. So she just, why are you with my daughter? And her daughter looks at us like, Mom, he's in all my classes. What you mean he's in all your classes? You're in honor classes. So is he. So I'm prideful on that. I went to UAA. I was on the dean's list. My life took a different trajectory, but I'm prideful. So most of the books I got in my library, I've read. Most of these kids going through whatever they're going through, I could recommend a book, and they'll get a kick of reading a book that they didn't even know when they picked this book up. They didn't know it was going to read like that. Like, I'm gonna put you on a book you're gonna finish the book from beginning to end, because I guarantee you won't be able to put the book down. So when I even found out that there was books like that, I came back and I couldn't wait to tell everybody. Like, I came back. It was a trick to me. Like, I got sent to Baltimore for getting in trouble. And I had no friends. I'm in the middle of the hood. My uncle lied to my mom and said he lived in the good parts. He lied. I was in the hood. The hood, the slums. But I went to the library, and it was, I want to say July is African American Offer Month. And I went to the Baltimore Public Library, and I went crazy. I never, coming from Anchorage, Alaska, I never knew there was that many black authors. I went so crazy. They changed the limits from 6 to 12. I was reading 12 books every week for the whole time I was in Baltimore. Came back to Alaska, wasn't none of those books in our library. So,
Thank you, Kevin. And Ms. Ida, do you have anything you'd like to add?
What I wanted to say about shampooing the hair, you see these little hands? This is the, you see these little hands? This is the most powerful, strong hands.
Amen.
When I started beauty school, that's the first thing they taught us. Being in beauty school in Houston, Texas, that's where I went to beauty school at. And after that, whenever they come to have their hair done, I was a beginner, but they'll ask for me to shampoo their hair. Because when I shampoo their hair, they might not remember nothing else, but they will remember that shampoo.
Yeah.
Even the people that comes in my shop, it's 4 of us. Whoever did their hair, they'll always ask, is Miss Ida around to shampoo my hair? I say, what's wrong with your stylist? No, I like the way you shampoo it. That's part of, it relaxes you.
It's a deep
if
massage.
Nothing else, just come and shampoo your hair. And we don't charge for shampoo if you are having your hair done, unless you just wanted a shampoo. But if your hair is being done, it's complimentary. We don't charge for it.
Man, I didn't know you. If I'd have known that, why didn't somebody tell me when I had hair?
Yeah, it's relaxing. Just like when you go to your doctor's, talking to your doctor, relaxing. Coming to a beauty shop also, it relaxes you. It's a place for women to come and sit and conversate, just like the men when they go to the barber shop. That's where women have also, at least, pamper yourself. Women, we work too hard, take care of everybody else, but we don't take care of ourselves. I finally said, you know what, now I'm taking care of me. It's a me day. Let's take a me day, ladies, sometimes.
That's actually, you know, that's actually where the massage parlor started from. It started from the hairdressers. It was by accident.
And I pray.
Where they were doing that and they were feeling so good. And it was a lady who didn't have, she wasn't a hairdresser, but she felt so good when she leaned over the sink and she was getting that deep massage. So she decided to start doing that. Just the massage and it always start from the head because of how she felt. So massage parlors actually started from the hairdressers.
Okay, I learned something today that I didn't know before.
Yeah.
You see?
That's why you know it works.
Okay, thank you.
So again, perfect segue. My last question is, how do you all resource yourselves? You have people walking through your doors that may be depressed, may be feeling overwhelmed by life's events, and angry, excited, all of these emotions you have, all of this coming through your doors. How do you all take care of yourself in order to take care of the folks in your chairs?
As for me, I have several elders. In Africa, we normally talk to our elders, that you know whatever you discuss, it stays there. Because no matter how strong, how powerful you are, we all need somebody to talk to and release our stress. And I have several friends. Whenever I'm going through something, I'll just call them, I need to talk to you. We'll go to a lunch, dinner, or whatever we have to do and talk about it. That's how I do mine. So when clients come through my shop, I have it. My shop is at my home now. If I see them going through things and the shop people are sitting, I bring them to my house. I bring them in. Come on, I have something to show you. We'll talk about it before you even come and have your hair done. It's a free therapy. We all need it. We all need somebody to talk to. Don't just lock it in. As I said, we have a sign, don't judge me. I hope none of you guys will judge me. Whatever we talked about stays right here. Thank you. I was raised by my grandmother, and she always tell me, speak the truth, talk what you feel, and the rest leave it in God's hand.
Amen.
Hakuna Matata.
Okay, Mufasa.
I know people laugh all the time, but I kid you not.
That's real.
I will bust out singing the song because it make me laugh. Like if I get upset, don't nobody want to be around me. I'm gonna take the whole energy out the room if I get mad. So before I get to the house, before I go anywhere, I just it just makes me laugh when I think about Timon and Pumbaa. I don't know, it makes me laugh. It's like the kid in me, you know what I mean? And I'm real close to my mom. Like me and my mom probably talk every single day. I'm still close with my dad. But I don't like putting those energies on other people. So I just take that break, give myself a couple minutes, Hakuna Matata, especially before I see my son, and then it just keeps on going. I know I gotta do it again the next day.
All right. Well, thank you all. I think our time is up here. Yeah. Oh, did you have a question, Carl? Thank you. All right. Thank you. But yeah, truly appreciate you all, Alex, Kevin, Ida, and Gail for this awesome conversation. And I think from now on, we'll be thinking about, barbers and hairstylists as healthcare providers.
Amen.
All right? They play a very central role in our health, in advancing the health of all of us. So thank you for all you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get started. It is 3:15. So if there are people outside that wants to come into the theater, please come in now. We're going to go ahead and get started. So my name's Weta Morrison, and I'm the chairperson of the Economics Committee. And we are so grateful to have a distinguished panel of guests who's going to present some information. Everybody knows and wants and thinks about what? Money, 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 money. They want to know where can I get it? How can I get it? How do I get rich even? But the simple thing, how do I even save a little bit of money? How do I actually financially navigate through the world and be able to exist and live a good life? I mean, that's really the bottom line, being able to get what we want, what we need, when we want it and when we need it. So I'm not going to beleaguer it. I'm going to get into it. And so we're going to have a lot of information shared by a lot of people. I mean, we all had to start somewhere. We all had to figure out, maybe navigate a little bit, how to do it, how to get money, where to get it from, how do we save it? Because we didn't all grow up with money. I can speak for myself, we sure did not. We were poor and didn't even know we were poor because we still had food and we were able to exist. So with that being said, I'm going to introduce the panel that's here with me today. To my immediate right is Ms. Monique Lee, and she is the managing partner here in Alaska for New York Life, but she's going to share her personal story with all of you. And then to her immediate right is Dr. Gosby King, who is one of our distinguished visitors from Texas. I'm not going to beleaguer it. They're going to tell you a little bit about themselves. And then to my immediate left here is Dr. Shirley King. And just walking in the door here is another partner of theirs. And I want to mess his last name up probably, but his name is George. Say your last name. Omar. Okay. I appreciate you saying that for me. So with that, we're going to get started with Miss Monique.
Hello, everyone. Hello. It's a pleasure to be here. It's quiet. You guys should have moved to the front. All right, so it is an absolute pleasure to be up here. It's an honor. I'm going to actually start off. I'm a good sport, and I'm going to tell just a quick story. You know, I have 10 minutes to tell a very quick story about myself. But I'm hoping as I tell the story that some of you are actually motivated or inspired potentially to make a change, if anything, or to simply remember that if given the right opportunity and you're truly willing to do the work, you can succeed at anything. So who is Monique Lee? Well, my company will tell you that I'm the managing partner of New York Life Alaska. I'm also a financial advisor. And my primary role for the firm is to actually hire future talent and offer opportunities to people, such as yourself potentially, that want to come into the financial industry. But who am I really, right? For real. So number one, I'm a child of God. Number two, I'm a daughter. So I am the first American born of two parents that grew up third world country poor. I'm also the sister to three brothers who ensured that I was the best tomboy a girl could be growing up. I am also the mother of two children that constantly make me smile and the wife of a beautiful husband. But I'm also a person that understands firsthand what it feels like to hit rock bottom. And not only rock bottom at the age of 40, right? You think by 40 I'm supposed to have it all figured out. Everything is supposed to be smooth sailing. So at that point, maybe someone's been there before, you're like, well, what do I do now? How do I start over? How do I reinvent myself, right? This will be the third reinvention of self for me. So I'll start at 39 years old because I only have a few minutes. I'm thinking some of you are really good at math. Is anyone in here good at math? Anybody? Somebody. Okay, we'll start at 39 years old. And I was a single mom, recently divorced, 2 children, and I think the real point was I had 2 nickels to rub together. All right? And one day, one of my girlfriends, this was actually in 2016, she came to me and she says, oh, you should sell life insurance. I said, yeah, no, I don't want to do that. And that was in 2016 at 39. And in 2017, I got really desperate. The phone wasn't ringing off the hook for opportunities for a woman who had actually been out of the workplace for quite some time. So some of you might relate to that. In 2017, got desperate, and I said, all right, here's my resume. I went in for an interview, and I landed myself a job at New York Life selling life insurance at the very bottom. And we will be very honest, and I will be frank with you, that was the last thing that I dreamed about doing, selling life insurance. So the first thing they said to me when I started, it was quite interesting. They found out I didn't have life insurance. And they were like, what? What do you mean? Why not? And absolutely not. The first thing you're going to do is get life insurance. You're a mom, you have 2 kids, and right now we don't understand, as you represent this firm, why you don't have any in place. So they actually made me do it. So I will own that I was extremely irresponsible. So I will say this, in my 20s, right, mismanaged money, blew through it, we're never gonna die, we're gonna live forever. 30s, same thing, party, party, party. And we had money for everything, right? Money for clothes, hair, makeup, wigs, club. But you've got 2 children and no life insurance. The excuse list went on and on for me, and someone in here probably can relate, but either way, the company made me take care of it. Now, I'll say this, and it is the absolute truth. As I embarked upon this career with the 2 nickels to rub together and they insisted on the life insurance policy, the first thing I said was, I don't even know when I'm gonna get another check. They're like, yeah, but we're doing it. So I started my savings journey with $10.50 a month. So there's someone in here right now that's saying, okay, well, the going is tough. I don't know where the money's going to come from. I don't have any money. Nobody's going to help me. This is all I have. Well, we started me with $10.50. And as my money grew, they taught me to actually save first, right? Save first, pay yourself first, and then spend the rest, okay? So as my income grew with the firm, my second account, I remember I started putting away $100 a month. And then it got a little bit bigger, and they coached me, well, you've got 2 children, Monique, you should really put away some money for your kids. So I started their savings vehicles, and I put aside $50 a month for each kid. And then their grandmother, my mom, got all excited. And remember, she grew up third world country poor, so she came here illegally, didn't really understand the whole world of investing. She got excited and she says, well, can I put away some money for my grandkids? I said, absolutely, Mom. So she put away $30 a month for her 2 grandchildren. And she got even more excited. And one day she came to me and she said, well, Monique, can I get one of these for myself? Am I too old? I was like, absolutely not. You're not too old. So that is truly where it all started. At this point, I will say this, I'm extremely thankful that I was kind of forced down the path of my financial journey, okay? Some of us need to take the journey, but some of us unfortunately do have to be pushed. So I can say that I was pushed. I am extremely proud to say that I for sure have changed the financial trajectory for generations to come in my family, and it started with $10.50. So I'm kind of bring it back because we have excuses, and I had excuses. I hold myself accountable at this point. Someone's out there is saying, okay, I don't have the money. Or there's also someone saying, well, you know what? Maybe I don't have the right opportunity. Maybe I don't have the right job. And in order for me to start saving, or better yet, maybe I'm unemployed. And I really need to figure it out. I need the right opportunity. So I'm going to rewind things all the way back. I don't know if anyone was doing the math. My friend here to the right said, well, how old are you? Maybe somebody's keeping track. So I'm going to rewind back to the start, 2017. I started selling life insurance. No experience, no financial education, no, I didn't graduate from the right school, no, I didn't have the right licenses in 2017, June. By August, to answer his question, I was fully registered to sell investments and help families with retirement planning, college funding, budgeting, saving, you know it. So 2 months later, in August of 2018, a year later, I became a financial advisor with a Series 7. In 2019, I decided that I wanted to help other people more in the area of their careers and having the right opportunity, particularly the opportunity for people that look like me. So, with that being said, I went into leadership. I took a leadership seat in August of 2019 as associate partner. I was promoted to partner in March of 2020. I was promoted to senior partner in September of 2022, and I am the proud managing partner for Anchorage, Alaska as of October of 2023. So that journey was a 7-year journey where I started at the bottom, and then I decided that I really wanted to do the work. I had the right shot. And I told you all of this because I want you to know if there's anybody in the audience right now that might just need help understanding their finances, help getting a start, please think of Monique Lee. I am Googleable, so you Google me. I'm there. Or if there's somebody in the audience that says, you know what, maybe I want a shot. Maybe I want to sell life insurance. Maybe I want to climb and learn all about finance. At the same time, please remember me, Monique Lee. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. All right, Dr. King.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and get started. We've been here all day, and how many of you have actually been here since this morning when the program started at 10? So hats off to all of you. That's the majority of people. That's wonderful. You know, I'm Shirley Wesley King, and my husband is Dr. Goldsby King. We are from Dallas, Texas, and we have a partner that joined us yesterday, George Omuth. So we are a part of a large company that is based in The Hague, the Netherlands. It's called Aegon, AEGON.com. But what I want to share with you is 2 things mainly. Number one, as Ms. Lee said, most of us got no information as we were growing up about how to make our money work for us. Am I right? Okay, I think, listen, this is going to be a talk back and back because it's important for us to engage each other in the process. It's a process. Well, I'm a social worker by training, so now what do y'all know about social workers? They don't ever want, they're not looking for money. Social workers work just like teachers and nurses to serve, right? Okay, and I did that for years. Actually, I was what we call grassroots social worker for 30 years altogether, but I also taught at the university for 15 years and became associate dean 5 years there. But the reason I got into the financial services piece was this. In social work, I was trying to help people learn how to get off public assistance. Does anybody know anybody that knows somebody that was on public assistance at some point? Yes. Unfortunately, it's a cycle. At one point in my career, we had 4 generations in a family that was on public assistance living in public housing and didn't see any way out for them. So I was looking for something else that could help get people educated enough so that they can make some different choices. So my husband and I met in graduate school. We went to Washington University. He was in the clinical psych department. I was in social work. And for the first time in my life, I had full scholarship all the way from college on through. But my 4th year in this PhD program, I was taking this stat course called multivariate analysis, which I could hardly say then, and I certainly didn't understand it. But I was told that if I didn't get a tutor, I wasn't going to be able to complete my PhD, and you know I had been there too long working too hard for that to happen. So it just so happens that my husband was the teaching assistant to the professor who was teaching the course, so he helped me pass the course, so I decided to marry him because he helped me out greatly. But in any case, so now it's been 46 years we've been together, so we have been able to work out some things jointly. We had our separate careers at one point, and he wrote his dissertation about that, dual career couples. How do people stay together even when they are doing different careers? Back to the money. Our company is designed to help families not be left behind. In other words, you know, in America, the corporate world in financing actually services mostly people who have a lot of money. So when I say a lot of money, that typically means about $250,000 or more to invest. Everyday people, Main Street Americans, typically don't have somebody they can talk to about how to make whatever money they have work better for them. So we are here for those people and everybody else. We have 155 companies that actually we can access. It's like going to the Golden Corral with a full smorgasbord of options. And we have over 358 products that we can use. But what we want to do today in this short while we have is share 2 concepts. One, if you don't, as Ms. Lee has already extended the invitation, we extend it twice, so you're going to get a lot of resources right here trying to do the same thing. Help people, number one, learn how to make their money work better for them. Now, you can't do what you don't know. We already know that, so we all need more information. The other thing is, we offer an opportunity for people who are interested in getting into financial services by becoming licensed through the process that Ms. Lee described before. We are different networks. By the way, Ms. Lee, you are a part of our network. So we, you know, it's a great thing. I just want us, all of us, to be on one page on this one thing. I don't care how much you think you know already about your finances. If you haven't done a complete analysis, just like going to your doctor and let the doctor do the physical analysis, they can't help you improve it. So not looking won't fix it. We have to take a look at it. So what we do is a financial needs analysis, and then we help you map out a plan of getting out of debt, and or you can develop investment tools depending on where you are. But I'm gonna say this and turn it over so we don't have much more time. We used to say life insurance. So we don't say life insurance. Really what we're getting when we buy protection is love insurance. And why is that so? Because you buy insurance, typically the traditional way, you bought insurance not for yourself. You really bought it so when you passed, the income that the family was losing would be transferred to the beneficiaries, whoever they were. Well, so now we want people to understand planning and spending money for protection, meaning life insurance and other investment tools. That's a way to ensure that no matter where you are on the continuum, you will be secure and then eventually independent, financially independent, if you plan it that way. But you got to have financial advisors and others. You wouldn't dream of, we just heard the panelist that was talking here about health and hair. Well, some of us do our own hair, and sometimes we can look at us and see why. You know, it's not as cute as it could be. You have to go to some professional people. So that's what we want to do, share with you right now. A couple of examples of how one of the products that we have can help you not only protect yourself, but grow money and also access it if you need it. So let me pass it on to...
Thank you. I'm going to step to the podium.
No.
Oh, yeah? Okay, good. Thank you. Before I get started, I can tell you my own story. You know, they told me to go to school, get a good education, get a good job, and work hard. So I spent 10 long years going to school to get a PhD. That's the highest degree you can get. All right? And I came from a family of educators. Both my mom and my dad both had master's degrees, and I lived a comfortable middle-class lifestyle that an educated family could provide. But I wanted more. So I thought, well, I need to get more education. So I spent 10 long years going to school, getting a doctorate degree, because I believe that degree would place me in a position that I would be able to accomplish more, financially speaking. Plus, I wanted to help people. So after going to school 10 long years to get that degree, I came back to Dallas. I was going to school in St. Louis. I got a job at a university, a big, large university, wrote grants. But anyway, make a long story short, I'm not going to go into detail. I got fired. After 8 years of working, I got fired. And I didn't realize that every job, every institution, every organization has its internal politics. And if you don't really negotiate those politics properly, you may just get fired. So in my case, I got fired. Then I went to my next job, big agency, downtown Dallas. I worked there for a couple of years, but I was too educated. So I got fired again. Make a long story short, I got fired from my first 3 jobs after going to school all those years. So the last time I got fired, I belonged to a club called the Kiwanis Club. And there was an older gentleman, and he said, well, Goldsby, why don't you come work with us? And the company he was with was a large international financial service and insurance company. They operated in England, the United States, and Canada. And I told him, I don't know anything about the business. He said, that's okay. Can you follow instructions? I said, yes, I can. And so I did. First year, I did exactly as I was told. I made $100,000 and won a trip to the Bahamas. So I said, okay, I like this. Because at the university, I was making $38,500. This is back in 1988. But $38,500 back in 88 was good money. So anyway, after making that $100,000, you know, but like Ms. Lee, you know, I was going through a lot of trauma because I was fired. I didn't know what I was going to do next, and then this opportunity came, and boy, my mom was on my case, my wife was on my case. They said, well, all that education, and he's out there selling the insurance. Oh my God, what are we going to do with him? Anyway, it turned out it was the best thing that ever happened. So anyway, today, that's how I got into the business. You know, I was led into the business. You know, every time I got fired, a new opportunity opened up. And this opportunity has been the best opportunity of my life. So I asked, is anybody out there have a job? Anybody out there got a job? If you have a job, just raise your hand. All right, ma'am, why do you work? Why do you work? Make your city better. That's cool. How about you, sir? Why do you work? All right. Provide your family and kids. Anybody else out there got a job? Yes, ma'am. Why do you work? Do what? Why do you want to make some money? What the fuck? Why? Okay, well, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, yeah. I ask people all the time. I started asking this question a few years ago. Why do you work? Now, most people say they work to pay the bills. Or they'll say, what I just heard, you know, to take care of my family, to make ends meet, and to just survive. But I tell people, no, the real reason you want to work is because you want to create a financial, you want to build a financial foundation. You want to try to achieve financial security. Does anybody know what financial security means? Can you give me a definition, anybody? When you think about financial security, what do you think about, Ms. Celeste? Anybody? Financial security. Well, my definition is having enough money not to worry about money. Is that a good one? Yeah. All right. So that's what we're trying to teach. We're trying to teach people what they can do to have financial security. Like it says, it's not a dream. Financial security is not a dream. It's a priority. So if once you get in your head that you're working to create financial security, then you stop saying, I'm working to pay the bills. Because if you're working to pay the bills, that's all it's going to be. You're going to work all your life and just keep paying bills. All right. Now look, what we have here, we have this on the right side from you, the building blocks, the 4 building blocks for creating a financial foundation. First, you start with protection. We've already talked about that already. My wife just just finished talking about love insurance, life insurance, love insurance. If you have anybody you care about, you know, and you don't want to see them suffer, you don't want to see them struggle, then you use insurance as a way of protecting against your life. Because your life is, I mean, you cannot produce, you cannot earn if you're not around, right? So if something happens to you, your life insurance takes your place. But also you have to protect yourself against illness, sickness, accidents, incapacity. That could happen too. So if that happens, you still need money though, right? So you have to have a solution for that. So that's why we start with protection. Protection for your life, protection for your health, protection for your ability to work even. After that, debt management. That's why people say work to pay the bills. You know, we live in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, but we still have money problems. That's why we see those check title loans. Y'all know about the check title loans, payday loan companies? They're all over the place. I don't know about here in Alaska, but in Texas, they're all over the place. Well, it's a sign that people are struggling financially. They don't know what to do about it. So what do? They go get deeper in debt, trying to get out of debt. Well, that's almost insane, but that's what happens. So we encourage people and show folks how they can get out of debt quickly. We have programs that we can use to help eliminate debt in a short period of time. After that, emergency fund. I've been licensed for over 26 years, and I have clients, and all my clients, every one, I insist they have an emergency fund. The emergency fund, as far as I'm concerned, is the most critical piece of a financial plan because you have to plan on the unplanned. There's always something coming up that you didn't anticipate, right? And if you don't have money, what do? You'll use a credit card maybe, get back in debt, or if you do have a savings program, you'll probably go and destroy that program, all right? But if you have an emergency fund, when that emergency comes up, you can take care of it. You don't have to go back into debt, and you don't have to interfere with your long-term investments or your long-term savings. So the last stone is investments. Learning how to make money work for you. You work for money, so let the money work for you. That's 2 ways you earn money. Now, so what we try to do is just show people how to make money, make more money, save more money, grow your money, and then protect that money. So I'm going to flip through here. Now, this is called the X curve, but I'm going to come back to that one. I like this one, rule of 72. If you don't know anything else, walk away today knowing the rule of 72. The rule of 72 states that if you take that number, 72, you divide it by the interest rate, it will tell you how many years it takes your money to double. Sir, what's your name? Jason. How soon do you want your money to double? Fast as possible, he said. Okay, that means you got to get the highest interest rates, right? Now look at this chart. If you have, in the assumption up there on the graph, you have a 29-year-old. They have $10,000 in the bank, right? So if they get 4% interest, the money's going to double what? Every what? 18 years. See that? So by the time that person that's now 29, by the time they reach what, 65, that 10,000 is going to double twice to 40,000. Not too impressive. But look what happens if you get what, 8%. 8%, now your money will double every 9 years. So that same $10,000 in that same time is now $160,000. That's a little better, right? But look what happens if you get 12%. Now your money's going to double every 6 years, so the same $10,000 for the same time is now $640,000. That's a huge difference, isn't it? So my question to you right now, what kind of interest are you getting on your money? Now, I don't know about you guys, you know, but I'm an older guy now, so I want my money to double last week. That's what I want. I haven't been able to find the formula for that yet, but I'm still looking. All right, so you see how this knowledge right here makes a difference between having maybe a little bit of money or a lot of money. So that's what we do. We try to educate. We have workbooks, Shirley, hang up. We have workbooks that we provide. In fact, we have several of them out there on the table. But this workbook has like 6 different workshops in it. And I don't need just yeah, that one. We also have another book called Saving Your Future. And these books contain information, vital information you need to improve your financial situation if you want to. So I'm going to go through another couple of slides. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Oh, well, this is the one I like right here. Look at that. $10 a day. I heard you talking about starting out with $10.50 a month. Okay. You got to start somewhere. People tell me, sometimes people ask me, what do you do? I say, I'm a financial advisor. They say, I don't have no money. I said, that's why you need a financial advisor, to show you how you can have some money, right? Your car breaks down, you take it to the mechanic. You get sick, you go to the doctor, your teeth need work on, you go to the dentist, but you get broke, you don't go nowhere. So I tell folks, get a financial advisor. It's okay. They're not going to charge you anything. But look at that, it's $10 a day. If you save $10 a day, and everybody I ask, can you save $10 a day? Guess what they say? Yes, I can. Until they see it's $300 a month. But they still do it. I can make them commit to $10 a day. $10 a day is $300 a month. Look at that. At 8%, in 30 years, that's $447,000. $447,000, just $10 a day. So I tell every young person, every day you go to work, keep 1 hour for yourself. Just keep 1 hour for yourself. Learn to do that and do that consistently. But look at that. If you do what? $20 a day, $600 a month, now you have $894,000, almost $1 million, just saving $20 a day. And you know, we spend that kind of money all the time. I see people go into Starbucks every morning. You know, they put that $10 a day there, Starbucks, like whatever they do. One of the workshops talk about how to increase your cash flow. And so we spend a whole month looking at where you spend your money. And guess what? Once you do that, you realize that a lot of that money you're spending, you don't need to spend. I used to spend money unconsciously. You know, if I saw something I liked, I bought it if I had the money, right? But then when I went through the workshop myself, because I think I got enough money, I don't have to worry about it. But when I started going through the workshop myself, I started looking at the things that I was doing that I could cut back on. I used to smoke, I ain't gonna lie, I used to smoke. I quit smoking because I started looking at how much I was spending on smoking. And then, you know, you think about all the other little things you do. It adds up. It adds up. So anyway, $10 a day. Anybody out there can save $10 a day? Yes, you can. I know you can. All right, everybody say that. So, but you got it. The thing that people ask me, where do you get that 12%? Well, that's our job to show you where we can get you that higher interest rate. All right. Well, back up. Okay, for the young people out there, look at this. I see a few young people. Check this one out. We got Mr. Start Early, Mr. Wait Longer. Now, Mr. Start Early, he's 25 years old. He started saving $10 a day, $3,600 a year, and he saves for 7 years. After 7 years, he doesn't contribute any more money. Now, Mr. Wait Longer, he says, well, he wanted to have a good time. He bought him a new car, did a lot of other things he wanted to do. He said he figured he's young and had plenty of time to start saving. So he started saving at age, what, 32. He saves $10 a day, $3,600 a month, but he does it for 17 years. So he ended up putting aside $61,200 over 17 years. Mr. Start Early only put aside $25 out of pocket. But look what the final numbers are. Mr. Start Early, he only put out $25,200, but he now has $128,000. Now, Mr. Wait Longer, he has $131,000. What's that? Less than a $3,000 difference, right? So that shows you the effect of time on your money. You see that? So if you're a young person out there, start now. Time is on your side. If you're older, you just have to double up a little bit, but time still will do make your money work for you too. So I hope everybody got that one. So we'll back up again. Wrong way. The X curve. This is the wealth formula. I never knew that was a wealth formula. I went to school, I took physics, and I took calculus, and I had all the statistics and all that stuff. I was math heavy. But nobody ever told me about the wealth formula, that there's an actual formula you can use to create wealth. If you want wealth, use this formula. First, you got to save some money, $10 a day or something, right? I tell people all the time, little money will add up to big money. You don't have to have big money now. Just save a little money right now. Little money add up to big money. Because if you let time work with it, and you get the right rate of return. See, right now, inflation is running around, like, let's say 3%. Suppose it went down a little bit, 3-4%. But anyway, if you're not making at least 4% on your investment, you're losing money. So you have to have a return on your money that's higher than inflation. And then the next thing is taxes. Do you want to get taxed now, taxed later, or taxed never? Taxed never, that's right. So we have places you can put your money and you can defer taxes forever. You never have to pay any more taxes on that money. Because when you make money, they tax you, right? You get taxed on earnings. When you spend money, do they tax you? Yes, sales tax, all right? And then when you save it, guess what? They'll tax that too if you don't put it in the right place. And finally, there's a thing called death taxes. So part of the wealth formula is avoiding taxes as much as possible. Because the less taxes you pay, the more money you have in your pocket. And we have financial instruments that we can help you with that'll help you avoid paying those taxes, avoid paying those penalties and things in traditional investments. So anyway, now on the other side, and I'm going to be finished with this, it's called the X curve. It's the X curve of wealth and responsibility. So when you're younger, generally most younger people, they have a lot of debt. They have a lot of responsibility. They may have just finished college or whatever, just started working. They might be buying a home. They for sure buying a car, you know, and doing some other things. And they may get married, have children. So you have a whole lot of responsibility, very little money. That's when you need protection for certain. But as you get older, your wealth should begin to increase as your responsibilities decrease. But even as you get older, you still have needs for money. It's not just retirement. What about long-term care? If you get sick, you get hurt, you need someone to come in and help you in your senior years. But you can have an accident. You still need long-term care. Where is that coming from? Well, you have to have a solution for that. My point is, no matter where you are on that X curve, there's a particular need for finances and money. And so our job is to help you prepare for that whole transition throughout life, from the time you're young all the way to retirement and whatever else comes after that. So anyway, all we do now is just really provide the knowledge and the information that people need so they can make some informed decisions about how they can improve their financial position. So, go ahead.
Okay, we would like to provide for every person who's in the room a copy of the workbook, which is the workshop. This is a black and white book. The blue book is called Saving Your Future, and it covers all kinds of topics. We offer workshops online for free, 5 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 1 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 9. Well, actually, that's not going to be your time zone. I'll have to give you the change of your time zone. But you will be able to go 3 different times during the day, except on Wednesday. On Wednesday, it's only offered at 1 o'clock. So actually, for you, it would be 11 o'clock, I believe, because it's specific. The 1 o'clock is specific time. So let me get you the right time transfer. Yeah, he reminded me. On the calendar, which we will have to send to you, this card is our goal to reach 30 million people by 2030. I think I said that. But we want you to attend the workshops, again, for free. But we'd like for you to tell us what topical areas you're interested in. So if you'll meet us at the desk out there, we have a table. to the back of the room, but as soon as you come out of this room, it's over almost against the wall. It's right by the police department. So we will meet you and provide these for you. So thank you so much for the time. And I guess if anybody had one question, we might could answer that.
Wrap this up now. So ultimately, what you want to do is grow your money, but you want to do it in a safe way, right? Nobody wants to lose money. And you want to do it in a way that's tax advantaged, and you want to make sure that money is protected, all right? So those are the 4 boxes and that you just ask yourself. Wherever you have your money right now, is it growing? Is it safe? Does it have tax advantages? Is it protected? If the answer is no to any of those, come see us. We can talk to you about that. So the first thing is to reduce your debt. The young lady said here, pay yourself first. Yeah, that was a new orientation. A lot of people don't do that. Most people, they pay all their bills and whatever left over, that's what they try to hold on to or manage. No, put yourself in line first. Pay yourself first. Reduce your debt, pay yourself first. Make more money, build up equity, and preserve your estate. Now, I don't know, with our company, you can actually begin this business and learn this business on a part-time basis. A lot of companies don't won't allow that, but our company will allow you to start part-time, help you get licensed, and start training you in this business. And we've been able to train a lot of people who now are leading very successful business lives on this platform. So anyway, that's available to you also. So I'm about finished right now, so.
Thank you so much for inviting us. We're happy to have been here.
All right, so thank everyone, all of our panelists. It was just an introduction to maybe on your savings journey, or at least maybe looking at reevaluating what you're already doing. Because again, you can start somewhere. So I want to close with a quick story, and I shared this with my daughter recently, actually. And it was a gentleman who was on social media, TikTok, one of those platforms, and he said, I would go to one of those convenience stores every day. So every day I would go to this convenience store, I don't know, to buy coffee, snacks, whatever he was getting there. So he took that money, instead of spending it at the convenience store, he put it in one of those big clear bottles that people save money in. So however much he would normally spend, we'll say $10, he put it in the bottle. By the end of the year, he counted up all the money, and I say all because he did leave some of the money in there. He counted up to $10,000 that he had saved for that year, just by putting what he would normally spend at the convenience store every day. So anyone can save some money. $10,000 in a year, and he still had money left over. So with that, I'll close, and I want to thank Ms. Lee for sharing her wonderful story, Dr. King, and thank George for coming and joining us too, so you can see the Kings and George out at the table, and then you can have maybe a more up close and personal conversation. Thank you all for participating, coming, and get your questions asked, and maybe you'll get on your journey with the Kings and with Miss Lee. If you want a job, see Miss Lee. Thank you all.
If you don't want a job, see us.
Oh, job.
Hello. Okay, so that ends our program. We're just going to take a few photos on the stage. And so if you'd like to be part of the photo, come on up. We're going to take it with Alex. And then that concludes our program. So thank you so much for coming out to the 6th Annual Bettye Davis African American Healthy Family Summit. Yes. Chick, chick.
We've all done all kinds of things.
It was a pleasure meeting you guys.
It was a pleasure meeting you also. So now